2015 at 6:30 p.m. at Town Hall. Middletown Planning Board notified the Asbury Park Press the Town Star Ledger and the Two River Times on December 4th, 2014. Notice of the meeting was filed with the Township Clerk and posted in the Town Hall on December 4th, 2014. All notification for this meeting was given pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act at least 48 hours prior to this meeting. Roll call.
Mrs. Carroll? Here. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Cardell? Mrs. Turner? Mr. Oshringer?
Here.
Mr. Rathjen?
Here.
Mr. Sedamino?
Here.
Mr. Shevius? And Mr. Wilkie?
Yeah. Please rise to salute the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Debbie, would you read the agenda, please?
Under administrative matters, we have payment of vouchers. There is no old business this evening. New business 2014-216 village road bylaw.
Okay. I need a motion for approval of the minutes of April 1st.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So moved. We have a resolution? No resolutions. This is an open meeting to the public. Is there anything not on the agenda that the public would like to bring before us this evening? Okay. Then it moves us to administrative matters, payment of vouchers.
Review the following vouchers for today's date, April 15, 2015. Total for James Gorman, $16,077.90. Total for David Porter, $1,040. Total for all professionals for this month, $17,117.90. Approved.
Motion.
Motion approved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. So moved. Okay. That brings us to village. Okay, that brings us to village 35 LP.
I reviewed the affidavit of publication, the affidavit of services and orders with the board of jurisdiction. I guess a brief explanation of where we are. There was a prior hearing, but because of a series of unfortunate events, circumstances, the notice didn't get to everybody that should have gotten a notice. Collected thing, the list generated by the town was white. There were quite a number of properties not noticed and identified on that list. So, in the abundance of caution, we want to make sure that any approval granted by the board, at least everybody had a full and fair opportunity to appear, attend, say what they need to say, and so we asked the applicant to agree, they're here, they re-noticed, and basically, the way I view it is that we are starting the hearing now. You have to kind of erase in your mind, at least in my opinion, erase in your mind what happened the last time, when you were here last time. That's not part of this record. We do have the transcript. I mean, I guess it's fair enough that if somebody wanted to cross-examine one of the witnesses based upon what they said previously, that would be fair game, but just to make this as clean as possible, it's my recommendation that we start from now to make a complete new record tonight and base a decision upon what you hear tonight, or whether the hearing is continued or not, that's for see. So, because otherwise we're back and forth between the last time, this time, and it just doesn't make sense. That's where we're at. It's confusing. It's unfortunate, but it's in my opinion, the only way we can go forward is to have the applicant be able to rely upon they received they got approval last time. If they get approval this time, we're going to make sure that that approval is grounded in on a proper foundation.
For the record, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Norman. For the record, again, Mark Fully Castro, We are presenting this application anew in its entirety, and we're happy to do that under the circumstances. Again, for the record, public notice has been provided. We are seeking 20-year protection under the GDP approval. We'd like to get right to it, and our first witness is Mr. Paul Phillips, who is our professional planner.
State your full name and your business address, please.
Paul Phillips, P-H-I-L-L-I-P-S, from Phillips Price, Rockville.
Swear testimony about you before the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, your credentials for the record, please.
Do I need to hold this, or will it pick me up?
Or he could,
I'm happy.
it's better if you pick that one up. Otherwise, we're going to lose you, unfortunately.
Yes, I'm a principal in the firm of Phillips Price, Rockville. I've been practicing planning in New Jersey for approximately 35 years. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state, member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, appeared as an expert in over 200 municipalities in the state. I've appeared before this board on a number of occasions.
Before the board accepts.
Thank you.
You have a presentation you'd like to share with the public and the members of the board, is that correct?
Yeah. So I was retained as the planning consultant for the applicant. My prime responsibility as part of the GDP submission was to prepare the fiscal impact study. That was part and parcel of that submission. I have also, in my capacity, have analyzed the underlying zoning of the property, and I've worked with the rest of the consultant team to address overall GDP and zoning compliance issues. And again, let me just state for the record that the applicant is here this evening seeking GDP approval alone. There's no site plan approval being sought as part of this evening's proceeding. So I wanted to again just go through a brief history of the site and the zoning. Going back probably over 10 years now, there was an original proposal, I think back in 2003, for this property, which is an over 100-acre property located on.
If I can interrupt for a minute. We know what a GDP is. I'm not sure everyone in the audience will know what a GDP is. Can you explain a GDP for a minute or so?
As best I can.
Right.
There's an underlying zoning for this property, which is PD, plan development. Under the zoning, there's a provision that allows a developer for a property that is greater than 100 acres, which this property is, to seek a general development plan approval. It's essentially it's a master plan for the entire site, and it's not an individual site plan with a lot of the details that come with that, as if this was just going to be a piecemeal development over time. And there's the benefit to the municipality and the planning boards. They get to see basically what the proposal is in one full swoop. They know how it's going to build out. The benefit to the applicant is extended vested protection. You heard Mr. Policastro seek as much as 20-year protection. I think your ordinance standard allows between 10 and 20 years of protection, which is greater than the protection under normal site plan. So basically what we're looking for is an overall approval or blessing on the generic land use concept, and then we're also, you'll hear from our engineer on things such as utility circulation. So it's different, it doesn't have the level of detail of a site plan, but this is the whole purpose of having that in the ordinance, and we're seeking that under this, application this evening.
And it's useful for long-term planning, is that not correct?
Yeah. Clearly, with a property that's 100 acres, with the build-out that's contemplated here, it does have both the mutual benefits to the board and the applicant.
I just want to clarify one thing about that. Just to be clear, the GDP process is a statutory process. It's not something our ordinance just allows. In Middletown, state law allows it in any municipality.
That is correct.
Agreed.
Okay.
So, thank you. So again, the proposals that have evolved on this property through time are basically scaled down to what we're basically proposing this evening. I think the original proposal back in 2003 was about 1 million square feet of commercial and with additional residential units. There was a proposal in 2009 for as much as 600,000 square feet of commercial space and I think about 500 units. And the zoning that's in place today, the PD zoning that I mentioned, is actually an outgrowth of the settlement of litigation in 2009. And that litigation allows the applicant to build as many as 540 units and 625,000 square feet of commercial space. Now, the GDP proposal that's before you this evening is substantially less intensive than that number that was part of the settlement litigation, and also less intensive than what the zoning presently allows. Specifically, what we're proposing and what you're going to hear from additional witnesses is 350 residential units in total with 400,000 square feet of commercial space. And as part of the residential component, the applicant is also addressing the 20% affordable housing set aside, again, as part of the residential component of the project. I will also add that the plan meets all of the PD zone requirements, and most importantly, in providing a mix of uses, which are part of the GDP requirements. Your zoning allows a mix of single-family attached to townhouses, multifamily, retail, commercial, farmland. We meet the percentages. There's some thresholds that are required as part of the GDP. We meet those thresholds. There's also an open space requirement in the zone, and we also meet that open space requirement, and our site engineer can provide any of the specifics of calculations if necessary. As I mentioned, my prime role was in preparing the fiscal impact analysis. The bottom line is this project is going to be a significant net revenue generator to the township. And we prepared this study consistent with widely accepted standards that we as planners use to prepare fiscal impact studies recognized in the planning profession, and particularly in New Jersey. Our analysis projected that the development will provide an annual net positive fiscal impact of over $1.8 million locally. And by locally, that is basically divided between the school district and the municipality, with most of the benefits accruing to the school district because it takes a larger slice out of your total taxes. Nearly $1.5 million to the school district and about $350,000 a year to the municipality. And this is after deducting, it's a net number, it's after deducting the estimated municipal and school costs that would be generated by the project, and all that is outlined in the fiscal impact study that we submitted. And by the way, just for an order of magnitude, we calculated the overall project at build-out as a more than $200 million rateable to the township. I would just add that the analysis used very conservative estimates on the cost side in terms of the municipal cost to service the development. We again used the recognized industry standard, which is a document that was published by the Rutgers Center for Urban Policy Research. It's entitled Who Lives in New Jersey? It was published in 2006. It's already dated. It used census data between 1990 and 2000. It's out of date. And in essence, we use that basically to generate the number of residents and the number of public school children, which is the major cost to the municipality in terms of servicing the project. We also reviewed some empirical data just to kind of dovetail the Rutgers data. We used empirical data that was provided to us by the township staff back in, I think, 2005. The staff did a study of a number of similar townhouse and multifamily projects in Middletown, and actually told us what the number of public school children were for specific projects, including townhouse projects. And I can tell you that their data in terms of the multiplier for public school children was significantly less than the Rutgers number. It was probably about 45% less than the Rutgers number. This is empirical data that is locally based. And as I mentioned, the Rutgers numbers are dated, and they really don't reflect the most recent demographic trends, which include things as a declining birth rate, lower household sizes, people putting off marriage, those kind of things. And lastly, we actually took a look at a recent demographic study, which was prepared by the Board of Ed for the year 2013-14, and it appears that the general trend in the school district is actually declining enrollment, which to me as a planner who does this kind of work throughout the state and represents municipalities as well, was not surprising given that these demographic trends, meaning declining enrollment, are pretty much happening on a statewide basis. There are a couple of outliers, but this is the trend that's happening statewide. So the whole point is that I think that you can be assured that our estimates of net fiscal impact, benefits to the municipality and the school district are conservative, and they probably will be more positive than we've estimated in our report.
Is that all you have, Mr. Phil?
That is.
All we have that for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Okay.
Wait, are you asking us a direct questions?
No, I was asking the board. We did one by one.
Yes.
Okay, what we'll do then is open it to the public. The questions are, it's a time for questions for this witness, and it's only questions relating to his testimony. So, yes, ma'am, right here in front, come on.
My questions are not related.
Well, then, then we'll wait till it is the right time. But right now, this time is for questions for this witness, and only what he testified about. Yes, sir. Yes, come on up, because we gotta get your, what happened to that? I'm sorry, oh, there's a white bubble over there. Sorry.
You can, because I'm going to swear the people that they come off, will swear them in just because inadvertently it lapses into testimony, not just questions. But this is for questions, not testimony. There'll be an opportunity at the end of the hearing to present whatever testimony, opinions you may want. But this is supposed to be for questions, but just in case, we'll swear everybody in. We have your name and address, please.
Sure. Howard Green, and I'm 16 Norris Road.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about the board, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Question, and this does refer slightly to the last meeting. If I remember correctly, I think you said there was the prediction is 1.17 child per household, which equates in roughly a child every 6 units.
Yeah,
That sounds just empirically extremely low.
Let me clarify, just to be clear for purposes of the record. The number that we used in our submitted fiscal impact was based on the Rutgers methodology, which, as I indicated, was conservative. I believe their multiplier overall was about 0.28, 0.275, 0.28, and we were projecting, I think, either 97 or 98 public school children. My testimony was that based on the data that we reviewed that was provided to us by Township staff, the empirical data, where they actually looked at comparable existing townhouse developments back in 2005, that number showed a multiplier of public school age children of somewhere, I think, between 0.15 and 0.16. That's where that number comes from. But for purposes of our fiscal analysis, we used the Rutgers number, 0.28.
It just sounds, and again, I'm just using the math. A child every 3 units, a child every 6 units, it sounds very likely. I mean,
My
the report is telling you that. I'm visualizing a lot with children.
My response to you is that while intuitively, I might even have the same reaction as you do, that may be a low figure and low relative to Rutgers, but it's empirical data. It's actually data that was collected and assembled by the township staff, and it shows that in a comparable townhouse.
And that's townhouses in this price range.
Just like to explain how we got there. If I could just explain how that information was gathered. We've done this twice, and we've actually just done it the third time, and we'll be releasing some further updated numbers. But what we do is, in Middletown, it happens to be that every one of the multifamily housing developments in the township is a busing district. Okay, there's no walkers from any of our multifamily projects. So we were able to get from the Board of Education, the actual number of students coming out of each townhouse, apartment complex, and condominium projects throughout the township. So we were able to actually get actual numbers from the Board of Education as to how many people were assigned to buses. So that's the actual number of public school children that are coming out of each development. And it is less than what's typically shown in the Rutgers study. That happens to be Middletown's past experience. And that's not mean that every single development is going to be exactly the same. But as a general rule, it was around 0.17 in the past. And the simple way to look at it, because I know everybody thinks that every dwelling unit must at least generate one school child. That's kind of the gut reaction that people have. But if you think about it, Middletown Township in the public school system has 10,000 students. We have 22,000 housing units in town. So clearly we're not generating anywhere near one student per household. That's overall. And what I'm saying is when you look at specifically multifamily housing, they generate a much lower number because generally our experience has been that people have children when they're in multifamily housing, but when they when these children get to school age, they tend to look for a single family house and have a yard. And that tends to be the trend. And all we're doing is saying that's the actual number today. No guarantee it will always be that way, probably won't, but that's the way it works right now.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Could your name and address, please, sir?
Sure. Jonathan Farber, 29 West Farm Road.
Could you spell your last name? Sorry, there.
F is in Frank, A-R-B, Lloyd,
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give the word to the so God.
Yes. So I'm relatively new to the area, just moved to the neighborhood, and one of the main things that attracted us was the kind of tranquility and the peace in the area. We actually moved from North Jersey in the townhouse community. So the point you just raised about people typically when they have more than one kid moving out, I would tend to agree with as a general construct. However, certainly over the last few years, and this is where my question is going, as far as what year this empirical data came out, because obviously over the last few years, certainly during the Great Recession, 2007 to 2010, you certainly experienced a lot more people who may have been likely to move out of townhouses to single families, staying in those. And I mean, we experienced that firsthand coming from a townhouse community in North Jersey, where there were way more families with kids living there. So what's the time frame? And
Well, we don't have current data, anything available from a published source that I'm available that we as planners can use as a database. So we use Rutgers because it's accepted. And understand that Rutgers is out of date, based on old consensus data. And we use the Rutgers because we want to be as conservative as possible. And there we use the 0.28 as a basis for the cost side of the fiscal impact equation. But we also wanted to see basically what was the experience locally. Unfortunately, we did have data, and it's dated. It's 10 years old from 2005. I'll acknowledge that. It's the best they have. Mr. Mercantani just mentioned that I think that they've undertaken a new study. It's not yet been distributed, so I don't have the benefit of that. I guess it would be interesting to see what that turned up. What I can tell you is what I'm finding throughout the state is that, again, based on these demographic trends that I mentioned, is that the number of children and number of school-aged children basically have been, generally speaking, declining. And if you look at most school districts throughout the communities within the state, the interesting thing is that what I'm seeing is while there still may be issues at the high school level as you basically come up, due to declining birth rates, particularly, you'll see that starting at the kindergarten, you're seeing huge declines. And that's going to work its way up through the system. So while the high schools may still have certain issues with being close to capacity, what we're finding when the school boards actually do these enrollment projections, looking out to see if they have any capital needs and whether they can deal with capacity issues, they're finding that as you do age cohort analysis, they're finding that the enrollments are going down. But that's, again, we use the best data that was available to us.
Sure. And just a follow-up question, because I don't know what the plan is. Is it going to be primarily 2-bedroom townhouses, or is it going to be 3?
There's a mix, if I'm not mistaken, which is in the...
Okay, because that's likely, obviously 2-bedroom, people will be more apt to move to single-family houses at that point if they're having multiple kids. So that can certainly impact the...
It's predominantly 3-bedroom.
Okay, anyone else? Looking for a hand here, yes, sir.
Name and address, sir. John Little, 29 Hopi Drive.
I'm sorry,
John Little, 29 Hopi Drive.
please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about you before you tell the truth, so be good.
I do. Yeah, I had a question about that in terms of the comparables. We talk about 3-bedroom. What other comparables in town for these type of units? And in particular, the sheer number of affordable houses that would be involved here.
Well, a couple of answers. Again, we didn't rely on the town data. We just used that as a checking point. There are a number of townhouse developments, and I may have it in my file. I can probably dig that out. But again, we used the 0.28 Rutgers methodology. And when we went to Rutgers, they do the multipliers by price point as well as by bedroom. So we were consistent in using a price point consistent with the anticipated prices here, as well as the predominantly 3-bedroom distribution.
And what type of towns would that be? Would that be like Middletown County type towns? Would it be North Jersey towns? Because as one gentleman mentioned, I mean, I had to live in Middletown most of my life, but I also lived in Hoboken quite a bit of time. It's a whole different element when you're in a different county and a different area.
The Rutgers multipliers does break it down by geographic area. They also provide statewide data. The other thing that's important, because I didn't want to forget your question, is that the Rutgers does provide a separate multiplier for the affordable housing development. And what you'll find is that the affordable housing, all else being equal, will generate more public school children in the market rate units, and we did use that to account for that.
Right, and when you look at this, do you look at the way the structure of the town schools are? For example, you mentioned high schools, but in terms of, I mean, are you aware of how many grammar schools that we have in town?
It's not part, the purpose...
I'm just asking.
No, and let me just qualify that. The purpose behind the fiscal impact isn't to basically look at, where those school children are going to go to school or what grades they're going to be distributed to. The purpose is from a cost standpoint to see what it's going to cost the municipality on the school site to service this project. So you can do a net, you look at a project that's either a net revenue generator or will provide net deficits, for example. That's the purpose of preparing and submitting the fiscal impact.
So you also...
It's not a primarily school district analysis, if that makes sense.
Okay, and so demographics wouldn't be a question for you. In terms of anticipated demographics, adding 350 units to the schools, to the town, that wouldn't be your question?
Well, it is, and that's what we did.
No, but what type of people would you anticipate moving into these type of...
I'm not quite sure what that question is.
Well, in other words, what would be the mark, like, would you be marketing to? Like, you mentioned, like, people having families, so that means you must make assumptions of what type of people are moving in.
The only thing is there are price points in terms of the anticipated market rate units, which are in the report, and again, we use that to dovetail with what...
I have an example, like young families or something like that.
And the affordables are controls, because there are controls on affordability, so they will basically sell for much less than the market rate units. Beyond that, we don't do any market studies to who the prospective buyers are. It's not part of the fiscal impact.
And I apologize, one more question. In terms of the cost you estimate for the school, did you consult with the Board of Education or anybody who works on our budgets in town here, or did you, how did you go about it?
We use the statewide published figures in terms of the municipality's share to educate a child, and it's a pro rata number that we get. It's published by the state. It's relatively current, and we use that number, multiplied it by the number of school children that we project.
What would be like Middletown specific Board of Education?
Yeah,
It is. Is it
Middletown-specific.
Okay.
It's state generated data, but it's Middletown specific.
Right, and but you didn't consult with the board?
No.
I appreciate it.
The yellow shirt.
Your name and address, sir?
Joseph Mormando, M-O-R-M-A-N-D-O, 12 Heritage Drive.
Please raise your right hand, swear testimony about the board, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Just a question about the financial physical impact statement. What's the impact if you are wrong in the 10-year data assumption of, let's just say you go from 0.28 to 0.75, what does that do to the impact of the positive net effect of the account?
Well, we didn't do the exercise, but the bottom line is if there would be more school children generated, there'd be more of a cost. How that dovetails with the revenue side, you know, you'd have to pick a number and you can do the exercise. I didn't do that.
Well, the point of the matter is we can 10-year-old data, so we're assuming that that's correct, but if it's not correct, and we're basing the general plan approval on this, based on the fact that the biggest impact we're going to have is a financial positive impact, which I'm sure my taxes will go down. I mean, some kind of alternative. Well, what would be the, you want to give a fair analysis to the members of this community, and we're looking at 10-year-old data that says 0.28, and that's supposed to be conservative, yet in Middletown alone, what we just learned is it's about 0.5. Now, not specifically townhouse, yes, I'm going back to what you said, not specifically in townhouse units, but in general, it's a 0.5. We have 22,000 and 10,000 students, correct? Maybe I'm off by a couple percentage points. But, so in my estimation, it should be at least, the impact should be noted on at least what the current standard is. Do you want to handle this, or should I?
And maybe the only thing that's being proposed here is multifamily housing. And so what we're saying is there's a big difference between single-family houses and multifamily houses. Single-family houses produce many more school children per unit than multifamily houses do. So that's why, yeah, we do. We've got together with the Board of Education.
Yeah, but my point is, you're basically at that one second. We're looking to, that's not based on that data at all.
It is based on that data.
How?
They base it on the director's number, which is
Okay, so
0.28.
I'm talking about the middle.
The Middletown number is the director's number or less.
That's based on what time? What time?
As he said, we did the study twice. The last time we did it was in 2005. We just repeated the study. We just got the data. We're going to put it out very soon. It's very similar. So it did change a little bit, but not much. So the experience here is that multifamily housing generates a lot less. Even the Redbridge study would show that 0.28 is the standard for multifamily housing. That's not the standard for all housing. That's
Now, multi-family housing in what age group? That doesn't include any 55?
No, it doesn't include any age-restricted housing or senior citizen housing. That's excluded from the data.
Okay.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Your name and address, please.
Barbara Yetman, Verrazano Drive, Middletown.
Your last name again, I'm sorry.
Yetman, Y-E-T-M-A-N.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about the board, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. The fiscal impact, you're talking about the school offsetting and how, what taxes and how those, I don't know how to word this. Did you take into account the costs to the township for increased traffic violations, crime? Because generally people that live in this type of development is more prone to crime than single-family housing?
That's accurate, I'm sorry. There's no way in hell you can
There's no
say
way, you can't say that, you're not allowed to say that, you're allowed to think it, you're not allowed to say it. Just by sheer numbers of people, when you increase the population, you increase the risk of crime.
But that's not what you said.
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying now. When you increase the population, you're going to increase the risk of crime. You're also absolutely going to risk traffic incidents.
You realize that,
Is all that taken into consideration in your fiscal
let's go back.
costs to the township?
We have to go back.
There's a lot of other things besides schools.
You let me talk.
Yeah.
We have to go back. A comment that you made in the record, even if this board were to ultimately say no to this application, comments like that,
That one I apologize for, and I reworded
well,
it.
let me finish. Comments like that are going to stand out in a transcript of this proceeding, in bold letters, lit up in neon.
Okay.
Okay? So, if that's what you think,
Even if they're stricken by the person who said it and apologized for it and reworded.
I'm just saying that that type of comment, whether it's accurate or your opinion, it doesn't much matter. You are making the reasonable, balanced, considered decision of this board very difficult with statements like that.
Okay, I do
That's
apologize.
all I'm saying.
But I'm talking about the population. The sheer increase in the population is going to increase other costs to the township, and I'm wondering if those have been taken into consideration.
Yes, they have.
Can you give us like a list of what things you took
It's
into consideration?
in the fiscal impact, but what we did is, again, we used the accepted methodology. We basically looked at what it cost the township, basically on a per resident basis and a per employee basis in terms of municipal service costs. And we used something called an average costing technique. Whatever the average was, basically at the time we undertook we had data, I guess, in
So
2014.
the average cost.
That's right, we just applied that on a per person basis, and we did the same thing on a per school basis. And said, this is what it's going to cost the municipality for additional police, fire, manpower, servicing, road, whatever it is, this is what the township basically spends per resident, per employee now. On a pro rata basis, that's what they'll spend to service this project, and that is the accepted methodology for doing fiscal impact.
Okay.
Can I make one more comment? We don't have a court report. This is on tape. It's going to be on a disc.
Okay.
One person at a time finish their statement before the next person talks. Because it's going to be impossible for somebody to take this disc and accurately transcribe it with people talking over each other or interrupting sentences. And you wind up with clipped sentences, not finished thoughts. We understand when we hear in person, it's easier to understand the flow, but in a transcript, written transcript, black and white on paper, it's very difficult to follow. So as a general rule, well, anybody who's talking, one at a time.
Okay, one more question. What you did it per person cost? So how many people per unit were you counting?
As I mentioned, the total, well, I mentioned school children, the total population that we're projecting is 856.
You have 353 bedroom houses. One person per bedroom is going to come higher than 856 people.
Again, we use
It could be
the,
over 1,000.
well, that presumes that your assumption is an accurate one. And again, I don't believe it's an accurate one. We went to the standard data source, and Rutgers, based on their studies, projects the number of persons per unit by unit type. and we use those multipliers in order to project the total resident population that would be part and parcel of this project.
Right, but their unit height wasn't your unit.
Yes, it was.
But you're using 3 bedrooms,
That's what you said.
It's predominant.
not for whole 350.
Predominant. Isn't that what you said?
Okay. Go ahead.
The multiplier for a 3-bedroom townhouse that we used for Rutgers was just a little under 2.5 persons per unit. Sure it does.
2.5 people for a 3-bedroom unit?
Sure it does.
Okay.
Of course it does. Mathematically, through history.
This Rutgers study, is this the baseline that most towns are using? Is this?
Sort of unfortunately, yes, because it's the only published data out there that is acceptable at this stage, and all the planners and fiscal impact specialists who use it acknowledge that it's dated. So unless you have a source such as Middletown here, where they did these studies, we always ask if they're available because it could be better data. We do like to do the comparison. Unless we have a study, and the fact of the matter is most towns don't have it, but some like Middletown do. We use that to basically to corroborate, and again, here we just use the more conservative thing based upon what we're seeing actually. And in some of the communities where I've worked, we've actually done a similar analysis as to what Tony said that Township of Middletown has done. We're seeing numbers consistent with Tony's numbers, that the actual numbers of residents and school children is actually down from Rutgers going forward.
Your firm is also on the public side in some other cases related to this matter, correct? And you also, I presume, used that study when you were representing townships across the state?
Yeah, my practice is 50% developers, 50% towns that we represent, and we consistently use this data, although we do look for whether or not there are other avenues to look into this question, given the limitations on the Rutgers and the data in there.
Anyone else?
You could, your name and address, please.
Jerry Hood, 29 Carriage Drive,
Please spell it, name.
M-A-H-O-O-D.
Swear to testify about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you guys?
Yes, thank you. In these various studies, did they consider the number of floors in the, I would think the demographics might change, whether it's a 2-floor, 3-floor?
No, the appropriate measure is the number of bedrooms, irrespective of whether it's a 2-story or a 3-story unit. It's really the bedroom which is the measurement in Rutgers. They don't even address the issue of stories.
In your studies, do you see any difference in the age of the people that will occupy various story buildings?
That data doesn't really transcend the Rutgers. They don't get into the age distribution, probably didn't really get into that level of detail. So all we know is traditionally that, townhouse units who prospective buyers are, but beyond that, we've not done any analysis in where it's Rutgers.
Or any of your studies, is that correct?
I've never done a study where I really took a look at a townhouse development and tried to get a breakdown of the age distribution of population. It's difficult to get that data.
The age distribution, will that affect the children?
It could, yes, it could. But again, we have data, both the Rutgers data and the local data, which gives us some indication of the range of the multiplier for public school.
In Middletown now, do we have a mix of the different, 3-story, 2-story, 1-story multifamily?
I don't think that the story is really the appropriate measure, but I'll defer to Tony. He probably knows the townhouse product and projects in the community. I can't, recite what the heights are of the project.
We've never looked at it in terms of stories. Most developments are the same. Most are two-story typical townhouses. We have a few developments that are single-story flats. We don't have many three-stories, so they're starting to be the newer types. It really is the bedrooms that drive the number. The one thing we found, and we'll see this when we put out our news data, is that some of the older developments, or developments that have a way to convert space into a fourth bedroom, like a lot of old townhouses that we built have 3 bedrooms and a basement. A lot of people have converted, over the years, have converted that basement to a fourth bedroom. Those developments tend to generate the highest number of school children. Because why? Because you can have an older teenager who will take the basement as a bedroom and tend to keep the family in there longer. So that's the one thing we've seen is some of the larger townhouses that have 4-bedroom options, that generates a bigger number. But that's pretty uncommon, but we have a couple of places where we see that.
There were a couple of hands over here. And what?
Karen Olsino, A-U-L-I-C-I-N-O, 27 West Farm Road.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about the resolution,
Okay, if my numbers are correct, you said that the annual net to the township is 1.8 million.
To the municipality and the school district combined.
Okay, and that's generated from between the condos and the retail.
Correct.
Have you broken down the specific, the specific numbers for condo and retail?
I've not.
I asked the question because I don't know if you've looked around along the corridor of 35, but there are over 50 or more, the number's pretty high, of empty retail spaces. So I was just wondering how you arrived at the number that's going to be, the amount of money that's going to be generated for the township for this, from the retail.
I did the total project mix of uses. I didn't make any assumptions beyond that.
Okay, so you don't really have a specific number for that. And there's no way to know. I mean, I'm just asking how you can arrive at a number for retail when there's
This
really...
presumes that the project will be built to the 350 units and the 400,000 square feet of commercial space, and both will generate tax revenues for the municipality, the school district, and the county. That's the incentive. And that's again, the standard methodology used in doing this concept.
Okay, thanks.
I'll take one on this side.
Name and address, sir.
Richard Harbina, 492 Fox Avenue, Milford, New Jersey.
ARB.
Harbina.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth. Please raise your right hand, please. Please raise your hand. Swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the stores and the number of cars that are going to be generated by the additional housing. What I'm concerned about.
That's okay.
We'll have another witness.
Hold on to your concern, but this isn't the person to ask the questions of.
Another witness.
Another witness that they'll present, you can ask traffic issues, concerns.
We're just concerned then about schools and the fact that he's going to use a number of 1 point rather than a 2.4 per family average of kids, which I guess there's 350 condos, which you get 700 adults and maybe 900 or 1,000 kids. 95 to a classroom, you're talking 40 more classrooms. But you're saying that's not what's going to happen, that it's going to be a lot less than that,
That's what we're saying.
Yes.
and that's proved on an average
That's based on the accepted multipliers, published data that we use to make those projections for both total resident population and public school children.
Is that specific to this area, statewide?
Again, the Rutgers study does it geographically, does it by price points, and does it by bedroom distribution.
And when will we be able to address the traffic and storage?
When he presents a witness that is distressing.
I really have some concerns.
Okay.
We have that witness here this evening. We have that witness here this evening.
Well, his witness has got to testify first. And you're welcome to come back. Was there, yes, at the back there. You could your name and address, please.
David Hoff, 30 Carriage Drive.
Where's he, please?
Hoff, H-A-U-F-F, like Frank.
He's ready to hear his testimony about the report that you're going to do something about it.
It's not difficult to use the whole formula and data, so it is a couple of questions on assumptions. The Board of Ed study that showed the drop in number of school children. Could I ask what span of years that was? Was it a number of years, or was it a single year? When was it? Because everything else is about 10 years old. Is it more recent?
Again, I have to go back and I don't have it memorized, and it's a study that was done for the school year 2013 to 14, and again, I didn't use that at all as part of my calculations. All I was attempting to do is reference what I am finding throughout my work in New Jersey, in that all else being equal, school enrollments have been on the decline. It was just basically to reference what we've been finding, and to indicate that the numbers that we've used for projection may even be conservative. That was the whole purpose of referencing. I didn't use any of the data from that study.
The data that you did use was from the number of school children based on busing figures?
No, well, the number that I used for the fiscal was based on Rutgers, which is a higher multiplier than the number that the township has from their 2005 study of actual projects, which, as I understand, I did not do the research, Tony can speak to it, but actually, I guess, was based on busing information, Tony?
Yes, as I said before, it just happens to be the case in Middletown that in all multifamily housing developments, there are no walkers, basically, they all get bused. So we're able to get from the school district how many busing students there are in every housing development. So we were able to use that number compared to the total number of units, and it gave us a ratio.
So the multiplier you used was from the Rutgers study?
Correct.
Not Middletown.
Which was higher.
Okay. So the Rutgers is also using house prices to come up with the results. Are those house prices from 2005, or that they've been adjusted for inflation or rises in prices?
They have not, they're also dated, but as I recall, the projected house prices here are above the highest threshold in the Rutgers study. So we use the number that would basically be coincidental with the highest generation figure in the Rutgers study.
You use the highest house price statewide as your multiplier?
That the highest house price we used is the multiplier. And I can't remember what the figures are. I do remember that the projected figures here were higher than those figures because they're dated.
Yes. So my point is that, it's even a $0.28 million revenue figure is kind of a thin margin.
Well,
So
that's
a statement, it's not a question. I'm sorry, I'll go back to the question. So it's last question. Also, 20% of this development is slated to be affordable housing. Is there a multiplier for
Yes, and we use them.
So that's in the 0.28, or is that's in the records?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Your name and address, please.
Michael Giunta, Giunta, 17 Carriage Drive. I just had a question for you, and
We're going to lapse the testimony, everyone does. Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony not to the board, truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but.
yes, question for you. We're using the outdated data. Have we used what ifs? Has the board gone over what if we max out all the bedrooms and all the people? Have we done a study on that? Like,
I'm sure the board hasn't, I can speak for myself. We've not done that. It's not part of the accepted methodology. We go with the best data that we have available. And again, that's the accepted practice and procedure.
that would be good for what you're studying, but would the board do something like that, or would the town do the what ifs? What if all of them, they get occupied? Have they done a study on how many houses are for sale in Middletown, and what if they don't get occupied? What happens then? Can we do data on that before you rule on a plan that, we're going with data that's 10 years old? I guess that would be for...
The simple answer is no.
Yeah. Not enough.
That's the
I
simple
think
answer.
the issue is that it would be of no value, because although we're spending a lot of time talking about how many school children may or may not be generated, maybe it will be 2.28, maybe it will be 0.21, maybe it will be 0.17. It's kind of irrelevant in the sense that the planning board can't base its decision based upon, this is by law, can't base its decision based on the number of school children being generated by development. It's not, it's a factor that plays into the fiscal impact. But just the number of school children being generated is not a consideration for reviewing a site plan or a subdivision application. So it doesn't, in the end, it doesn't matter. You can do the worst case scenario, and that would be probably a scary number, but it doesn't change what the planning board's parameters are in making a decision.
I think to amplify, to follow up on Tony's comment, the zoning's in place. So it just, within the general development approval statute, it says they have to give us a fiscal impact analysis. I know it seems somewhat absurd, but to the extent that they give it to us, it doesn't mean that we can do very much about it. Yeah. It's more towards how many years is this project going to take to build out? Is it going to be built in phases? It's for that type of nuance within the approval, not whether or not it gets approved or not. And it's just one of those things that, like, the statute says they have to give us this, but then they give it to us. It doesn't mean that the board has the authority. As Mr. Mastroconte said, say, well, too many school kids, go away.
No, my question is just because I'm trying to get it scaled down, because my house borders that property 75 feet from your townhouse that you built. So if you scaled it down, the housing, there's got to be some kind of leeway with the housing and the physical impact and the amount of people. That's all I was commenting.
Well, I'd be hard pressed to be able to tell the board that they could use the results of the fiscal impact study to do very much in their decision on this application. I know that sounds absurd, but I didn't write the law, and they're trying to comply. So they have to hand us that. It doesn't mean that the board can say, nah, no good. That fiscal impact, if their fiscal impact statement came out that it had a negative fiscal impact and so on, we'd have a lot of debate about it. At the end of the day, it's on that. So, I don't think the board could really legally do much of that. It's an exercise, and Mr. Phillips has testified, and it's fair game to ask him questions about his testimony, but I'm not too sure where it all is.
Yes, sir.
My name is Leon Provenzano, 24 Carriage Drive.
Brovenzano.
Please raise your right hand. Swear to testify about the board's truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. What's your name?
Question I have is, I had one point of clarification, I'd like, but also one question. So one question I have, will any of the units be rental units? And will the building owners manage that site for a period of time?
I can't answer the second question.
We'll present testimony with another.
You'll have another witness who will go through.
Okay.
And really,
Okay. And I think I heard it before, so I apologize for being redundant, but I'm hearing there was, am I correct when I heard that there was actually no financial modeling if the numbers didn't bear out the way you had?
there was no sensitivity.
There was no sensitivity analysis in terms of that 1.8 and what happens then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. You put it up already.
Yeah, he had additional testimony though.
Yeah, but that's not,
You can't do that?
well, not really, because they don't ever end. And there's always additional testimony. But it's up to the chair, it's up to the board. But, okay, I think the board did reasonably say everybody's got one chance to ask questions.
Okay.
Of each witness.
Of each
With
witness.
each witness, yes.
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Anyone else? This witness. Seeing no one else?
Call Mr. Piedmont, please.
Here's your full name and business address, please.
Gerard Fitamont with Langen Engineering, 619 River Drive, Hellman Park.
Did you spell your last name, please?
F is in Frank, I-T-A-M-A-N-T.
Congratulations. That's what you're going to be rewarded for the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
In your role, this, your credentials, please, first of all.
So I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of New Jersey. Graduated with a Bachelor of Science in 1982 from NJIT. I'm employed by Langen Engineering, and I've testified for numerous boards, planning boards and zoning boards in the state of New Jersey.
Okay. The board accepts.
In your role in this project, please.
I directed the preparation and reviewed the plans and exhibits in conjunction with tonight's application.
And you have some documents that you prepared. If you describe the submission that you've made since the last hearing, Mr. Fitamont.
Yes, so we submitted the general development plan application, which included a GEP application form, GEP plan set, which was submitted to the board. We've submitted reports, the environmental impact and fiscal analysis as the planner testified to. And we submitted, we have exhibits tonight, but we revised two sheets on the GDP plan set. It was the title sheet and the open space plan. For clarity, we provided additional calculations. So I have the plan set with me tonight, which is an 11 by 17. Attached to this is an index and the table of contents, which I'll share with the board. The exhibits tonight that I'll be showing are the wetland drainage area impact and the use area breakdown. Those are two additional exhibits that were not submitted to the board. And then we have some renderings for the retail and residential components.
We had some confusion last time, and I hope that we can avoid the confusion this time. If you're gonna, last time the booklets went in, and there were exhibits within there that you didn't use, and we didn't want. So that was, I thought the applicant present the case any way you want, but that was confusing. So I would ask that if you're gonna hand things to the board, that either everything in that set be more, we have to sort it out. I don't know what's gonna be handed out, or what you intend to use. And I thought last time it was confusing that there were documents in different order than the things that were, assembled, and some were used and some weren't.
Yeah, Mr.
We
Gorman,
have upwards of 60 people here tonight, so let's try to make this as coherent as possible.
agreed. Let's mark each set as an exhibit.
Okay?
I don't know.
In other words,
This is your application, your case, let's just make it clear.
For clarity to the board, again, the table of contents of this booklet identifies the GDP plan set that is submitted and is on file with the township. In addition, there are 4 exhibits: wetlands, use area breakdown, and renderings. Those will be presented as exhibits tonight. Everything in this document will be presented as either submitted documents or exhibits.
My comment stands. I guess the question is, are we marking this?
Yes, Mr. Gorman, I'd like to mark the packet as a whole, as a package that we're submitting to the board. And Mr. Fittema will make it very clear as he describes his testimony, what he's talking about, and which exhibit he's talking about. That's my suggestion. We're not married to that motion. I think that would make the most sense from our perspective.
All right, so let's just make sure if we're gonna go down that road, we mark this as A1, the whole packet.
Agreed.
Now, this witness didn't prepare many of the documents within this. Other people did.
That's true.
So
We'd like it entered into the record nonetheless, and then you and I.
we're gonna mark it now as A1, and every sheet in here has got to be, shepherded into the record by some witness. Obviously not the cover sheet, but someone's got to talk about they did it, they prepared it, it's accurate, whatever they did. So we'll mark the entire thing as A1, and I think if you have a couple extra, the public is going to be asking you for it, so have one out, hand out to whatever you for it. If you're going to put different exhibits up individually, sheet by sheet, refer to where they are in here. I'm just saying, last time I thought it was confusing.
Yes. Each exhibit, each of these pages will be presented tonight.
Okay, now, how are we going to let the public watch what we're talking about?
We're going to use the...
Do you have an easel?
Yes, we do.
Well, I don't know how many extras they have, but I'm sure. Just for the public, we're going to try to make sure that you know what they're talking about, because they're going to put up individually, they're going to put up these documents on the board one by one by one. Okay? So they're handed, just for convenience, they gave the board the entire set of what they're going to use, and they're going to mark them up here. And as they put them up, we'll figure out how we're going to mark those documents separately from this.
All right.
Yes. title sheet. This is part of the GDP plan set that was submitted to the board. This is sheet 1 of 10 of the GDP plan set. The GDP plan set was prepared for Mountain Hill LLC. The subject property is comprised of tax lots in block 825, known as lots 53, 57, 59 to 68, 69.01, 72 to 79, and 81. We call this project, this is the project site located in the middle, known as the location map, and on there we also show the 200-foot radius. The zoning, this is in the plan development zone, and we have a zoning table here up on the right. The zoning table identifies the bulk requirements. So for this zone, the lot area, minimum lot area required is 20 acres. We have 118 acres. Open space required 30%. We're providing greater than 30%. Maximum dwelling unit density, 4.5 dwelling units per acre. We propose 2.96. Single family detached, maximum building height is 35 feet, 2.5 stories. We propose less than 35 feet, 2.5 stories. The retail office commercial building height is 60 feet max, 4 stories. We propose less than 60 feet, 4 stories. The floor area ratio, excluding residential, is 0.12. This yields 0.078. The maximum lot coverage, 50%. We propose less than 50%. The minimum building setbacks for buildings from arterial collector road, 50 feet from a collector road, we propose greater than or equal to 50 feet. From track boundary, 35 feet required, we propose greater than 35 feet. For single-family residence, 75-foot setback, we propose greater than 75, and from internal streets, 12 feet, we propose greater than 12 feet. The minimum buffer requirements to single-family zone from structures or paved areas, 150 feet, we propose greater than 150 feet. From structures or paved areas with office use, minimum of 100 feet, we propose greater than 100 feet. From arterial collector roads to parking setbacks, requires 60 feet, we propose greater than 60 feet. From track boundaries, 50 feet, propose greater than 50 feet. And from principal buildings, 6 feet, we propose greater than 6 feet. So the second table is the table showing the market rates, market rate units, 280 of those, 70 co-units for a total of 350 residential units. The third table is the zoning summary proposed tracts. The residential tract is 66 acres, and the commercial tract is 51 acres. And I'll show you the site plan. And if you recall, this is the density. The density back in 2009, as the planner had stated, allowed for 540 residential units and 625,000 square feet of retail. We're proposing much less. We're proposing 350 residential units and 400,000 square feet. Okay. And the fourth table, which I'll talk the open space plan and the land use distribution shows the maximum allowed percentage of, at full development. Office use, 40%, we propose less than 40. Retail uses, maximum of 50%, we propose less than 50. Retail uses, multifamily residential, 50% max, we propose less than 50. Single-family residential, 40%, we propose less than 40. Other uses, 30%. And farms, 100%, we propose less than all of those maximum allowable percentages. Take it to GDP plan set, 2 of 10.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
This voting machine's not working. You got Benny up there doing what I did for 10 minutes. There's a work on it. There's something must be taken with.
Thank you. So the existing conditions plan. Sheet 2 of 10 of the GDP set. So let me walk you through the existing conditions. Starting at the northwest corner, we have the existing commercial shopping center where the Spirits Liquor Store is located. Traveling along Kings Highway to the east, we have basically wooded area until you get to the mulch topsoil facility, and that consists of basically open fields and a processing area for mulch and firewood. As we travel south, parallel to Carriage Drive, we have residential, single-family residential units all along that border. The wetlands to the southeast. And finally, if you travel back along Kane's Lane to the west, we have a mix of commercial and residential along Kane's Lane and some dwelling units along the property. As we travel along Route 55, Route 35, we have commercial properties all along Route 35, some areas of woods, and then we're back to the commercial zone, the commercial portion of the property. The environmental impact report was prepared and was filed with the township, and that identified, as I mentioned, here the wetlands. We have wetlands essentially located on the site, and we'll talk a little bit more about those wetlands, and then we have other wetlands located to the south eastern corner. Next plan is the land use plan. This is sheet 3 of 10 of the GDP set. And the land use plan shows the general layout of the land uses along with the proposed land uses. Along Route 35, we have the commercial portion, which is the retail, and we have a connector road that splits the site in half, such that we have residential to the east, and we have the commercial along Route 35 to the west of that connector road. This portion of the site will be developed by Village 35 National Realty, and this portion of the project is proposed to be developed by Toll Brothers. The GDP is compliant with the PD zone. And I'd like to refer to, now just jump ahead, just to show how we are compliant with the PD zone. These land uses are compliant, and I have an exhibit that's in your packet that's located under the exhibits section.
Read the caption, please, on that exhibit.
And the exhibit is entitled Use Area Breakdown.
Do you know what sheet this is in the second?
It's under the exhibit section, if you look in the table of contents. I believe it's the
14. Now, was this submitted as part of the application, or is this something in addition to what was filed with the planning board secretary?
This is in addition to what was
So
filed.
please read the caption, and Mr. Gorman, it's whatever your pleasure, the board's pleasure, you can identify this as a separate exhibit, which would be a 2. So, please read the entire caption. Is there a revision date on that, Mr. Sidenoff?
This is Use Area Breakdown, and it's dated March 2nd, 2015.
Thank you.
So that's going to be 8-2.
Okay. The use area breakdown shows that, again, retail, residential, and we have farmland also. We're showing that the maximum percent of full development for office space in the PD zone is 40%. We're proposing 0%, as shown on the table, on the use area breakdown table on this sheet. The retail maximum, 50%. Calculations show that we're proposing 44%. Multifamily residential, 50% max, proposed 4%. Single-family residential, 40% max, we propose 35%. Other uses, 30% max, we have 0%. And farms, 100%, we propose 17%. So we show compliance with the PD zone in that respect, the land uses. Jump to the next. Plan set from the GDP, which was the open space. The open space we had revised from the original GDP submission. This is on file with the township. This technically is not an exhibit, but it has been submitted, and it's entitled Open Space Area Breakdown.
That's sheet 5 is what the board has?
Yes. So, I discussed this with your planner, John Barry, and basically we've provided the information here where we show that there was some concern regarding how we calculated the open space with respect to the wetlands and ponds and the discount regarding that. Well, this shows that 30% is required in terms of open space. We've provided 33%, or 38.8 acres. Of that, there are wetlands. You'll see that in all these shaded areas, these are open space areas. We have some ponds, some wetlands, and we have some steep slopes in those areas. And the total of those areas is 18 acres. Now, the maximum allowed of those encumbered steep slope areas and ponds, total 18 acres, and that's 50%. Maximum of 50% of that area can be attributed to open space, and we are at 46% based on those calculations. So we meet PD zone with respect to that requirement. Next exhibit is our next plan set from the GDP, is the community facility plan. And that was sheet 5 of 10 of the GDP plan set. The purpose of this plan is to show where we intend to provide community facilities such as recreational areas in accordance with the GDP submission requirements.
Mr. Carroll, that's sheet 6, I believe, on the handout.
On the handout, it's sheet 6. So we show we have a community tennis court, we have a community center located on the residential portion, we have playgrounds, we also have, there's a walking path around the open space, there's a bus stop, so those are the community facilities that we have, and of course, the shopping center itself can be considered a community facility. Next is the housing plan. Housing plan from the GDP set was sheet 6 of 10.
And sheet 7 on the handout.
7 in the booklet. The purpose of this plan is to show where we intend to provide housing in accordance with the GDP submission requirements. For a total of 350 units, 350 residential units, 280 are market rate townhomes, and 70 are affordable co-units. Again, please remember, when you look at this plan, this is the residential plan, this is conceptual, and we are subject to final site plan approval after the GDP submission. So that is our housing plan. Next in the GDP submission is the circulation plan. We have a traffic engineer tonight who will provide testimony on the traffic. So more information will be coming from our traffic engineer, but in terms of a general circulation, I'll walk you around the points of ingress and egress. So along Route 35, we have Kings Highway, we have an entrance to the site.
What number is this?
Sheet 8 in your booklet. So along Kings Highway, entering the site from the north, you can come off Kings Highway, and there's an entrance to the site, to the commercial portion of the site. Further east along Kings Highway, there's an entrance to a connector road. As you continue up Kings Highway, there's an entrance to the residential opposite the existing road that's there for the adjacent residential community. And then through the connector road, there's access to the residential as well. That connector road ties to Kings Lane, which ties back into Route 35, and we have an entrance to the site along Kings Lane as well. And we have our main entrance off of Route 35 to the site from either the jug handle or further along between, right in the middle of the site between Kings Highway and Kings Lane. Those are the ingress and egress points and the circulation. What I did not mention is there is a hatched area, and we have the pedestrian walkways, etc., located around the site. Basically follows the connector road, and there's sidewalks and crosswalks that allow for pedestrians to go from the residential community to and around the commercial portion of the property.
I apologize for, some point during the hearing, I think we have to address, and I don't know if it's appropriate at this point with the circulation plan, but there are these roads, are they public or are they private, what kind of cross-access, I don't care when you do it, but sometimes during the evening, that's got to be during the presentation, you've got to know that information.
We probably,
I'll leave it to when you want to do it, but this exhibit that you just referenced talked about a lot of them, so I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, I will provide information regarding the interconnect, and that will be a private road. And it will be maintained by the developer. It will be a shared responsibility between the commercial and the residential developers.
Which lot is it intended to be on?
It is intended to be on the residential lot.
And there's going to be a document that imposes the obligation on both the residential developer and on the commercial developer to maintain it?
Yes. And for the surrounding roadways,
Let's stick on this. In a percentage, equally, snow plowing, I mean, paving?
I'm not sure as the distribution, whether it's equal, but an agreed to percentage allocation between the two developers.
Mr. Orico will speak to that, Mr. Gorman.
Well, I just want to make sure when we're done tonight that those type of issues are addressed.
Excellent point, fair enough, we'll do it.
Okay, so I just addressed the one road for now.
Well, just to be clear, I don't think we finished it.
No, we haven't.
We just started it.
To be clear, we have not finished that from our direct testimony, so it's on our list.
Okay, the next GDP plan is the local service and utility plan, sheet 8 of 10 of the GDP set, but it's sheet 9 in your booklet. So the purpose of this plan is to show where the utilities are planned and what the issues are, and off-site improvements if necessary. And I'll just briefly share with you the utility plan. We have utilities along Route 35 and along Kings Lane and along Kings Highway, water, sewer, gas, electric. Sewer eventually flows down to the northwest corner of the site and then ultimately to Thompson. And we've identified through a Mazer report dated 2014 improvements to the sanitary line. There's some 8-inch lines, some 12-inch lines that need to be upgraded. But the Thompson has adequate capacity, just in treatment capacity, we need to make some improvements to get the conveyance capacity.
Those are site plan issues though, correct, Mr. Fidler?
Excuse me?
Those are site plan issues.
And the details of those would all be addressed during the site plan. Water, gas, electric is available throughout the site. Next plan in the GDP set is the stormwater management plan. Stormwater management plan in your booklet is sheet 10. So in the stormwater management plan, we identify around the site we have basins. So we've got a preliminary grading and stormwater analysis. We've sized the basins based on that preliminary analysis. The commercial portion will be responsible for its basins on site, and the residential portion will be responsible for their basins on site. The stormwater basin that's located at the south end of the site will discharge eventually into the wetlands, and that's where the flow generally goes in this area. We'll also be picking up the majority of the interconnect road that will drain to that basin. So that's a general layout of the stormwater design. We obviously will have an opportunity to share with you the details of the current site plan approval process. Stormwater by DEP standards, this is a major project, will require reductions in the runoff of the site. We'll be making improvements.
Could you explain a little bit what that means, reductions?
Yes. So the DEP requires that the existing flow that comes off of this site, let's say, drains, this portion drains into the wetlands and then goes off-site. DEP requires that you take that runoff. So if it's 10 cubic feet per second, for example, they require a reduction to 0.85 or 8.5 cubic feet per second. So we're going to be complying with the DEP regulations when it comes to stormwater management. And there's also water quality, which we will comply with as well. We'll have some water quality devices that improve the water quality. Next plan is the phasing plan.
Sheet 11 on the handout.
Phasing plan is part of the GDP set. And this basically shows two major phases. We have the commercial tract and we have the residential tract. Residential tract shows some sub-phases, just allow for flexibility. The details of this phasing plan will be, again, subject to a detailed site review process. But in general, we have the improvements that our traffic engineer will talk about that require DOT approval, and those improvements will be borne by the commercial developer. So when the assumption is that the commercial developer will take care of all the jug handles and the modifications related to the DOT and the residential component, depending on the phasing and how much the first phase is, will also be required to do their part. The interconnect road, depending on which phase goes first, in all likelihood it would be the residential, because the DOT permitting process is going to take a little bit longer than what's required of the residential portion. So the phasing is subject to site plan approval process.
Okay. Again, I don't know when you want to address this, but with the improvements to Kane's Lane, if phase one goes first, do the improvements to Kane's Lane get built before phase one?
Mr. Gorman, Mr. Arrico will address that issue head on.
And I'll defer to, again, the extent of the phase one breakdown, the phase 1A, 1B, 1C, depending on their...
Sorry, but is it fair to infer from your testimony that the improvements on Kings Highway East, Kane's Lane, the jug handles, et cetera, are all part of the commercial?
Generally, yes.
Right. And that the improvement associated with phase one would be Colonel Bruce Street?
Yes.
You said generally. Is there, I mean, am I missing something? Is the board missing something? Exclusively, entirely, generally?
I would say exclusively, again, if the residential portion builds 10 units to de minimis impact to the roadway system, I would expect there would be no need for improvements to...
Really what I was asking. Say it builds out entirely. Are there what improvements in phase one gets built in its entirety? What improvements get built in phase one?
I will defer to the traffic engineer on that one, but I suspect it would require Kings Highway to be modified.
Well then, I'm just saying that your document that you're referring to doesn't say that.
But we do have another witness that will hit that issue.
But he prepared this. So I'm just asking again, your phase, some of the improvements within phase 2 actually would be in phase 1 if phase 1 was built out. In phase 2, nothing happened.
Our next witness is going to refer to this.
Excuse me. I'm just trying to clarify his document.
My document recognizes there would be two separate phases, the residential and the commercial components. This document also recognizes that a significant portion of DOT-related work is tied to this portion of the project, and therefore that would get done when the commercial portion gets done. Phase 1, however, is not tied to all these jug handles, and depending on the intensity of phase 1, even if phase 1A may or may not have an impact, that would be subject to the traffic report of the phase 1A portion at the time of site plan approval.
If there's an approval granted, I have to write this up. So I need some help. Within your box for your dark line phase 2, what, if any, of those improvements would be built as part of phase 1 if phase 2 didn't go forward and phase 1 did? I'm nodding heads in the audience, they seem to understand my question.
The interconnect would be built. That's a definite, that's a given.
Anything else?
Nothing else is a definite or given until site plan approval.
Is that all conjecture, though, pertaining, if you did, say you did phase A1 through, or 1A, 1B, which is about half of the units, that's going to be, it's going to increase the traffic on those roads, and I would presume that you would make some major improvements on Kings Highway as well as Kings Lane at that point in time. Whether it takes 1 year or 2 years, or I hope not 3 years to do phase 1.
I am inclined to agree with your statement. I will defer to the traffic engineer regarding the improvements on Kings.
Yeah, at the risk of being silenced again, we do have an expert witness that previously testified.
I asked your witness a question, you jumped in the middle, so please don't do that.
I just wanted to make it clear that we have an excellent witness that is expert in that exact question that will present testimony.
I understand that, Mr. Polygaster, but your witness puts up a diagram that I'm looking at, and it looks to me that phase 2, I mean, it's a simple answer. He could say everything within phase 2 is part of the commercial development. But that's not what he said. He said kind of maybe, and then I'm asking him, what is it? That's not, I don't want to beat him up. I mean, it's just, what's phase 1 and what's phase 2? And if it has to be clarified, then clarify. If he's not going to clarify it, then have someone else.
Again, I defer to the traffic engineer to provide that clarification for you.
Let me ask you an additional question with regard to phasing. Right now you show 4 portions of phase 1 and 1 whole portion of phase 2. Is it reasonable for the board to expect no more than 5 site plan applications or 2 site plan applications?
I would suspect it's reasonable to presume there would be 2 site plan applications, with the full build-out of the residential being a single site application, and at that time, they would identify how they would prefer to phase it.
So I understand. So it's then reasonable to assume that the maximum number of site plan applications that this board will see as a result of this GDP will be no more than 2.
I think that's a reasonable assumption, yes.
And that's fair to be written into the
We would have to consult with the residential component, but that is our current thinking, absolutely. Less is better in this case.
You understand why I'm posing the question, correct?
Of course.
Posing the question, I'll make it more specific. Posing it specifically with regard to the open space on the phase 2 property.
Okay.
Thank you.
And finally, we have an exhibit entitled Wetland Drainage Area Impact. And this is listed in your booklet as an exhibit. And what this shows is there was a question by the Environmental Commission regarding the recharge of the wetlands and the impacts of this GDP on the wetlands. We have, to the left of this sheet, we show the wetland drainage area, which is identified here. We're proposing that these wetlands here, there's some isolated wetland pockets that we propose to be filled. That permitting process would need to be in accordance with NJDP requirements. So they'll look at this in much more detail as well at the time of site plan application. And what we're showing, though, is that the drainage area to the wetlands that we're maintaining and keeping is an area of 3.96 acres. It shows existing drainage area 3.96 in the proposed condition. This area here is going to get the runoff from the roof. And if there's any other, if the interconnect road does come first, we'll provide details of how we will comply with maintaining 3.96 acres of drainage area to recharge those wetlands at any given time. So that's the purpose of this in response to the Environmental Commission's concerns.
You have to mark that particular exhibit as A3.
And with that, that concludes my testimony. If there are any questions?
Okay, any questions for the board? Take questions from the audience. Okay.
If you were previously been sworn in, just please give us your name. That's what we need this time.
Yeah.
You can take that one.
I had a chance to really look.
You need to get your name.
Oh, sure. David Buck. H-A-U-F. I had a couple of questions on the northwest corner. I know there's a traffic study coming, but I'm concerned about foot traffic on Kings Highway East.
Circulation plan that would you like to see?
If you can't see
Foot traffic.
I'll help you. But I'll ask my question while you're getting the circulation plan. The sight lines over the hill came up in previous meeting. Is there going to be a sidewalk all the way up Kings Highway East to meet with other sidewalks along the western border of the property?
Sidewalk all the way up?
Along the border of Kings Highway?
Yes.
Is there going to be a sidewalk all the way to the crest of the hill?
There'll be a sidewalk along our entire improved frontage, yes.
So to the crest of the hill? Right now, there's no, as was mentioned in the previous meeting, there's no buffer zone for anybody to walk over the crest of that hill. So is that, and it was mentioned that that rise was going to be removed, right where your hand is getting.
I'll leave that to the traffic engineer's testimony regarding line of sight.
And something I couldn't get from the testimony, where is the bus stop going to be?
There's a bus stop, proposed bus stop on Route 35.
It's on Route 35.
Yes, between
And
roughly the middle side.
where would the bus stop for those few children be?
We're showing the public bus stop, we're not showing where the school bus stop, that would be something we coordinate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you mentioned sewer lines, improved sewer lines would have to go in to make it to the station. Where are the sewer lines run across town, because everything kind of flows downhill from here, where are the sewer lines to be run?
The sewer lines go off-site here and then they meander back, and I'm not sure exactly what the routing is off-site, but there's a report that is on file, it was done by Mazer Engineering.
How much of the sewer line improvement would be borne by the project and how much would be borne by the township?
100% by the project.
How long would that be running? Across town, I'm more also worried about traffic.
Yeah, we're talking about empty footage here. We're only talking a few hundred feet or maybe 1,000 feet at most. We're not talking about miles.
Okay. I just have one more question, if it's answered my other question. Thanks. You mentioned basin overflow in the northeast sections and the southwest sections.
In the northeast?
Northeast of Everett and the southwest.
Okay.
The good news, I don't think anybody here is concerned about the wetlands. We have the opposite, and we're worried about the flooding. We know the wetlands, we go right into our basements and see the wetlands getting populated, plenty. We're concerned with the flooding that is in the two different creeks already from previous developments. And there's flooding in the northwest already, and then there's flooding in along 35 at just about every major storm. So I know you're going to do what's been asked, and if you're meeting all the minimums, but if there's already flooding, would there be any additional requests that the board might make to deal with the existing conditions we have, and not add to them?
We will certainly, during the site plan approval process, have those discussions, and we will reduce the peak runoff of these sites. It's an obligation, and we intend to comply with that.
And then lastly, one more, you're meeting all the zoning requirements, and also are you also working towards the Middletown master plan? The goals of the master plan, are those taken into account?
In general, compliance with the PD zone assumes compliance with the master plan.
Oh, okay, I'm just asking
The specifics.
I was referring to I wanted to refer to the scenic drive that were listed. Those scenic drives, have certain things that can be requested, such as the height of buildings, the setbacks, construction materials, and Kings Highway East is listed as one of those scenic drives. So I wanted to know if the board had requested or you guys had considered any of those scenic drive, I don't even know the right word, provision, guidelines, things that are mentioned in the plan. I don't know if any of those have been requested or considered by any plan.
At this stage, this is the general development plan, and as was mentioned in the beginning of the meeting, the details of the site plan and the impacts of the scenic corridor on the final design will be taken into consideration at site plan approval process.
Okay, so I was just asking because I saw the four-story buildings right on the minimum, over the minimum setback, right on the Kings Highway East there. The apartment buildings, which just seemed it out to the scenic drive provision. Description, sorry. So that'll come in for the meeting. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm John Simonian.
Spell your last name, please.
Spell it? Oh, Simonian, S-I-M-O-N-I-A-N. This is the first time I'm really looking at your schematic plan. And you keep mentioning that the final site plan, or the site plan review process, it'll give you more detail, but my question is, it's really hard to understand any of this in this schematic phase. Do you plan on giving more detail before the site plan review, or this is it? Take it or leave it. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, this is consistent with the zone in which it's located. So the planned development zone was a result of a 2009 settlement with the township and the landowner. And as
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's so consistent, it's so schematic, it's hard to really see if it's consistent or not. To me, anyway, maybe somebody else can understand it.
Can I ask you one thing, please? Because you're giving testimony, could you please raise your right hand? Swear testimony about the report that you told you, not the truth, something about it. You swear you're going to tell the truth?
I swear. I just don't understand these schematic drawings. So is there a plan to provide more details?
absolutely,
Okay.
during the site plan approval process.
Oh, before that, because my whole thing is to get this approval, I think you need much more information. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Anyone else? On the aisle.
Jonathan Parker. So as we look at the design plan, one of the things that I have a question on, primarily the farm or wetlands in the back area. At the time of this approval, when you're just going, you'll dig into the phases later on, correct? On the other approval. At this point, will that area be deemed preserved farmland or wetland, so it can't be developed beyond, say, the drainage that's there? Or is there the ability to develop on it at a later point?
The intention is to have it developed, maintained as farmland. There's an existing house there that would be maintained as the farmhouse. And
Will it be deemed as a preserved farmland? Because there are areas throughout New Jersey that are deemed preserved farmland, so you cannot build on them going forward. I understand what you're saying, it's deemed to be in the intention. All the intentions go out the window. When somebody wants to build another subdivision right there.
the board can provide in its resolution that approves the project the necessary language to ensure that the intent, what I'm saying is.
Typically what happens with things like this is when there's a large piece of open space or farmland as part of the development, there's a deed restriction that's put on it as a condition to approve the whole development. So certain portions remain undeveloped. Within certain limitations, then a homeowner can put a pool in when they have it. Should be developed. Should be no more townhouses, no more commercial buildings.
Okay. And then as far as, I know that you're weighing into the traffic study, so all these things.
We're not going to keep going, lift the mic up a little bit.
Sure. So I know this might get into the traffic study discussion, but as far as the general construct, does the board have any ability to determine where the main entrance to the residential area will be, whether it be on Kings Highway or on the access road in between? And the reason I ask that, having lived in townhouse communities, quite often there's a main entrance and exit for guests to be signed in, et cetera. If this is, I assume this is gated community, I'm not sure.
No.
Okay, so there's plenty of access, it's not going to be one main entrance in or out?
Correct.
Thank you.
The plan shows where that access is.
Well, they're correct, but for example, the community I lived in had one main way in. There were 8 different exits, so exit only. But as far as the ability, if you had that main, if you had the...
One, it's not a gated community. 2, the ingress and egress is from all of the access points.
From all of these, correct, but again, this will probably go to the traffic study, but he can tell me 95% of your time you're going to drive to the nearest exit. The fact that in this schematic, way more of the residential is along Kings Highway versus Kings Lane, the majority of traffic impact will be on Kings Highway. That's a fair assessment.
Possibly, when their traffic guy comes on, you can ask.
Okay.
All right, I'll be the
Thank you.
next one.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John. I just want to ask in terms of...
We did not pick up your last name.
Oh, John Little, L-I-T-T-L-E. In terms of the PD, when you talk about, total land use, how does the subdivision and new ownership breakout affect that, for example? have phase 1 and phase 2, then you have farmland. But how does that open space apply, for example, to the residential section? So the ownership is now going to be different, so you, I guess, technically have 2 or 3 lots.
The GDP shows that we comply with the 30% open space requirement as a tract, as a whole.
Okay. And subdivision doesn't change that?
Subdivision does not change that.
And you mentioned for the residential part 2 stories, I think you mentioned that last time. Is it 2 stories or 3.5 stories?
The maximum
Because I think homeowners is going to tell us.
single family detached, 2.5 stories, and
Which they'll be done, right? I guess we can ask that later.
detached, correct. The architect will provide testimony on that. I'll leave the building details up to the architect.
Okay. In terms of, one of the other folks mentioned about Kings Highway East being considered a scenic corridor in the town's planning document, and you have a large strip of Kings Highway East. It doesn't sound like consideration was given to that in terms of some of the requirements to keep that scenic, the views. I mean, there's a whole bunch of details you can go through the master plan, but having the apartment buildings and houses stacked along it doesn't seem like that's consistent with how Middletown defines a scenic route.
Again, the details of that will be brought up during site plan approval process. If there's a recognition of a need to put them back or mitigate the view shed somehow, those ideas and discussions could be had at that time. And I'm sure there will be much more details. Having heard the comments tonight, that we'll have those details provided in the site plan.
That'd be great. And you mentioned like a walking path on the bottom. Has there been any consideration of facing, you have a roadway going to Kings Highway East, in other words, reorientating this facility towards Kings Lane? In other words, you can see that there's more population on the Kings Highway East side. It's also a scenic corridor where Kings Lane isn't. And that one track there, I think, is a farm or something like that, the one that's sort of built in there. So has there been any consideration of I know the last GDP, I guess we're kind of striking that, but discussing reorientating the facility towards Kings Lane? In other words, right now it's Kings Highway East.
This plan was developed with the consideration of the environmental constraints, and as you know or may not know, that wetlands are, at least wetlands that are contiguous with open bodies of water, are areas where you cannot build. So this area of the site was encumbered by environmental constraints.
These both the top and bottom?
And just the natural flow of water in this direction makes it appropriate to put your water detention system at the low end of the site. So this end of the site, just by, again, the environmental constraints make it appropriate to have these facilities located there.
So, as I mentioned, scenic route also, but I guess the community heritage hills on top, what are the buffers going to look like in terms of, are the natural buffers that are there now going to be maintained and then additional buffer be added? Or is it going to be all leveled and sort of like we're all going to be looking at these, whatever they are, 3.5-story buildings along the road in the neighborhood on the gateway to the, like you said, that was the northeast?
Again, those will be site plan issues that we'll address in detail at the site plan stage.
Thank you.
Rick Hartman, back. Has any consideration or study been done as far as the impact this is going to have on traffic on
We're going to have a traffic engineer that's going to provide further level of detail on the expert traffic. And he's coming up after me. You can take this one.
As I recall,
Wait a second. Time out. The traffic guy hasn't spoken yet, so you can't ask for a lead to the special. The
traffic about all these points. Isn't that, in essence, part of it? We haven't got the traffic.
He's going to have the traffic engineer testify here. So then I'll see
Give us your name and address.
John DeMilo, 40 Shepherd Drive.
Can you spell your last name?
Sure, D-I, capital M-A-I-O-L-O.
Raise your hand, please swear testimony about the board, the truth, the whole thing, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. I have a question about the whole drainage, again, in that southeast corner. So we live in Heritage Hills on Heritage, the dead end of Heritage and Shepherd, and then you have Carriage. All that water flow right now flows downward to that end, obviously towards the watershed. And we have a problem now. So the last two hurricanes, everyone's basements got flooded. We had water damage on all of our properties. That watershed in a heavy rainstorm cannot handle the water flow today. So what provisions, my question, what provisions are you going to do to make sure that that should get corrected, number one, but you're going to have all this other water flow from these new homes flowing to that same watershed. So what specifically, you said what we were out, specifically, how are you going to do that?
Again, the flow that comes off the site is going to be reduced. We're going to reduce that in accordance with the DEP standards.
How do you do that? How do you reduce that water flow?
You take the runoff and you detain it into a larger basin, and you bleed it out of that basin, if you will, filling the bathtub with water, and you open the drain and you control the outflow. That's in essence.
So where does that outflow go, was my question.
It goes to where it went before we developed.
Right now,
To the wetlands.
right now, the wetlands is not handling the water flow that's there today.
So we will improve the situation. We won't necessarily, I'm not sure exactly what the issues are that you have in your basements, rising groundwater perhaps.
It's groundwater, it's the streets can't, the sewers can't handle it, the streets can't handle it, and it's all sloped that way, right? And so right now, that watershed cannot alleviate the water flow right now, and now you're going to add more to it.
I don't know whether that condition existed even before your development was built.
It might have.
The groundwater was there before your house was built. I don't know that, but I can tell you that the impacts of this development will improve the runoff by reducing the runoff.
But that runoff will go to that watershed, which effectively may slow down the runoff we currently have today out of our properties. And that's what I'm worried about. Because I think that's where our properties are draining.
It will not impact the runoff of your property.
If that runoff is going to go into that same area, and our runoff is going into that area, it has to impact it.
At a reduced rate.
So again, I'm specifically asking you, how are you going to alleviate that water flow out of that area? Where does it go? It's not going to go into a retention basin and wait for the sun to dry up. It's not going to do that. It's got to flow somewhere. Where is it going to go?
The runoff that you see today will be reduced in the developed condition. And I'm sorry if that's not clear to you, but
You're not telling me how. Are we going to build pipes that are going to bring it out?
Wait. This is not final site plan approval. They have to prove it to our engineers when they come in with the site plan for that development that addresses all of those issues. Fairness to this witness, he's just telling you what the concept is. He's not standing here telling you, okay, there'll be a 12-inch pipe over here, and a this and a that, and everything else.
But I don't know how do they do that? That's what I'm asking.
That's why we have a township engineer.
But you can understand our concern, right? Our concern
Absolutely.
is it's flooding now. You put more flood runoff into that same area, we're gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. And, you know, hurricanes, 2 out of the last 3 years we've had hurricanes. It's a fact, it happens. It's not once in 100 years anymore. So that's our concern, and I just want the board to hear that. So thank you very much.
Someone else up? Yes, right here.
Your name and address, please?
Lisa Evelyn, E-V-E-L-I-N-G.
I'm sorry.
E-V-E-L-I-N-G. Spoken Lane. You need that this morning.
Could you please raise your right hand, swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You just have to bring the microphone closer to you.
First of all, I had a list of concerns. I didn't realize that the format was we had to ask questions, all the specialists. So I'm just going to try to paraphrase.
At this point, as they present their witnesses, everyone gets a chance to ask questions of their witnesses. At the end, when they're all said and done, if you want to make statements or whatever, lists of concerns, etc., that's the time to tell us about them.
Okay, I understand, but one right now relates to the water remediation here.
You've got to bring that thing up.
Closer?
Yeah.
Good. All right. You said, I just want to come over. Right now, this is the development proposal. This water is going to go over here and then eventually go into the wetlands. I live in King's Landing, which is over here. Right now, since the owner of that property has been clear cutting everything on the property, we right now in King's Landing have a major water problem. All of the water that is not being absorbed by the trees and the shrubs are going down our streets. They are going down into our retention pond. They are flooding our basements. And we have had a huge occurrence of individuals in King's Landing where they have had to put water troughs in their basement, water remediation, because our basements are flooding all the time. Now, before we have 350 new units placed in there, and no trees and no shrubs whatsoever. So, if this is the way it is now, before the development has been created, has been built, it's going to get far worse, far worse. I live at the bottom of the hill where our retention pond is, and that gentleman who was just up here about the water problem over there, our retention basement fills up to the brim every time we have a small rain. A small rain. I'm not talking Sandy or Irene. So how is this going to be improved? If it's this bad now, it's going to get 10 times worse for people in King's Landing. So how is the water going to be corrected if it's this bad now? I mean,
I haven't looked at the topography on your side. I haven't seen the drainage. What portion of the site actually drains for your project? We'll do that at site plan approval process. And when we submit our calculations on the stormwater management system, your engineer, the engineers from the town are working on behalf of the residents. They have your best interests at heart, and they'll be looking at me to make sure that I have not exacerbated any of those existing conditions, and that I've done my best to improve them.
well, we've been told that the river that runs underneath our community, which has been there, has been a higher percentage of water flowing into it. The river that already exists, because the trees have been clear cut, So that means to me that this, I'm not an engineer, I'm just trying to get a handle on this. That means that the water in the river under our units is only going to get worse. So how can you redirect natural land water?
If there's underground rivers, I don't think we have any intent to do any modifications to underground waterways and groundwater. Again, rest assured, come to the site planning process meetings and you'll see how the details of our stormwater management system works. And you'll have an opportunity to comment at that time.
Yes, sir.
Just state your name.
Oh, yeah, I'm from Middletown.
Just a quick question on site elevation. So if I heard correctly, we're looking at 3-story, 4-story buildings. Has been anything looked at in terms of what that's going to do to the surrounding areas? I mean, obviously, you're looking at a 75-foot to 100-foot buffer between the existing neighborhoods. But when you take a 2-story house and then just kind of look up against a 4-story house, I mean, you're talking about the lighting in the area, you're talking about aesthetically, is there any consideration on how that's going to affect the immediate area? I mean, is the site elevation low enough where, if you're living in Heritage Hills, you look out, you're not going to see, all 3 stories? Is there any sort of survey done that would, stand for something like that?
During the site plan approval process, there'll be exhibits that will be provided, and those exhibits will likely show how we would mitigate the impacts on the site with cross sections through. And those discussions can be had with professionals. Again, will look to minimize the impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. And we would look to incorporate what we can in our design and mitigate those concerns as well. We want to be a good neighbor.
Okay, so the elevation will be similar to the surrounding areas, and it's just a matter of mitigating it through trees or what have you.
That's one way, yes.
But I'm saying that the elevation of the land at 100 so acres, is that below the surrounding areas? It's difficult to see from Kings Highway East because you can't really, private property, you can't really see.
The final grading will be subject to a detailed grading plan and site plan approval process, but I can tell you, we generally follow the lay of the land as it exists today. That just makes sense from a construction point of view.
And then just one clarifying question, will this development be served by natural gas?
Yes.
Okay. And that would just run, does that kind of run on Kings Highway East, or does that go on Kings Lane? How is that?
We'll deal during site plan approval process with where the best routing is. Once PSC, whoever the gas supplier is, they'll provide the sizing in the best way that they can service these 2 tracks.
Okay. And when you meet with the gas companies and everything, is that considering phase 1 and phase 2 together?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Jerry Mahmood. You have some nice 2-dimensional drawings here. I haven't seen any that you have a topology on these. How do you do a concept plan where you're not considering, how hilly that area is in that one corner?
As I mentioned, we did a preliminary grading plan to assign locations of stormwater basins, and this is the existing conditions plan. This shows the topography. So this, as you can see here, this is all sloped. These contours represent a sloping down towards the wetlands. This is all sloped downhill.
And that high point over there, is that a reasonable place to put a 3-story, 3.5-story building? Was that in your conceptual plan?
That's in our conceptual How the elevation of that, the mitigation, again, will be considerations during site plan approval process when we get into the details of the design.
Since it is so high, you regrade it or knock down that hill, or what would you do with it?
To be determined.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Name for the record is Paul DeKay, NPP is Peter, EHNKE.
Please raise your right hand. Your testimony you got to give before the truth, all the truth, number two. Something you got?
Yes, I am.
And your business address, please?
989 Lennox Drive, Lawrenceville, New Jersey.
Your credentials, please, for the public and the members of the board.
Sure. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of New Jersey as well as several other states. I've been practicing engineering for about 30 years. My area of expertise is traffic engineering. I've appeared before numerous boards throughout the state, including this board.
Good board,
And you have a presentation you'd like to make concerning the traffic and circulation patterns.
Certainly. So what we're speaking to tonight is the circulation plan that's part of the general development plan application before the board this evening. The purpose of the general development plan and the circulation plan is really to lay a framework of the general parameters of how this property will be accessed as we move forward. As we advance into the design document phase of this project, the site plan phases, which has been referred to many times this evening, we will move forward with more detailing of traffic numbers, lane assignments, and sizes of lanes and traffic control devices. But at this point in time, what we have done is establish the parameters and framework of how this property can be serviced so that we have the beginnings of the discussions with the Department of Transportation and the municipality for full design approvals in the future. To date, to advance this effort, we've certainly been involved, and I've been involved with the project team on the layout of the project. We've had the opportunity to meet with the Department of Transportation and interact with the Department of Transportation with regard to Route 35. Route 35 is the predominant access to the site and will be the subject of access approvals ultimately that need to be obtained from the Department of Transportation, meeting their requirements for mitigation and access, which are all detailed in the State Highway Access Code. And site plan approval process, obviously, with the township going from there and looking to the design of the circulation elements and connections to Kings Highway. So that being said, there are some very strong and broad elements associated with this project that we've developed to date and we believe will provide for appropriate means of ingress and egress to the overall project. To start with, the board before me this evening is the circulation plan, which was part of the submitted package. To the bottom of the board, running from left to right, is Route 35. The left side of the board, looking at it, would be toward the north, and the right side, obviously, to the south. Toward the left-hand side of the board, we have Kings Highway, which extends up towards the top of the board. Kings Landing Road and the community on the north side of Kings Highway would be in the upper left-hand side of the board. Existing signals along Route 35 in proximity to this project include the existing intersection of Twin Brooks Road, which provides access to Twin Brooks Road and the shopping center across the street from this project, and Woodland Drive. So there's some key elements that we're looking to address to provide access to the site and to try to improve some of the circulation elements on Route 35, which are challenging today, and we are hopeful that the Department of Transportation will be receptive to those advances and improvements. First of all, what I'd like to do is, I guess, start from the southern end of the project and talk about some of the broad circulation elements which are important to this design. Towards the right-hand side of the board, we have Canes Lane. Canes Lane today only is accessible by a right turn in, right turn out connection from northbound Route 35. It provides access to some commercial development as well as municipal facilities towards the west-eastern end of the property. To improve Canes Lane associated with the project, there's really two key elements that are occurring with this project. There is the private roadway that is being connected from Kings Highway all the way through to Canes Lane, which will provide for public accessibility along it to Canes Lane, eliminating the need for anybody oriented to Kings Highway and to the east to travel to 35 and come down and use Apple Farm Road to return to Canes Lane. So that's a fairly substantial improvement. It's also consistent with the tenets of the State Highway Access Code that looks to provide multiple means of access to distribute traffic and move traffic away from the state highway when possible. So that is a key element of this design and part of the zoning requirements for the project. Canes Lane itself connects today with Route 35 northbound on a 80-degree back skew. It is not a good geometry. It is a difficult right turn into that location. It also connects today right at the mouth of the near side jug handle that serves Woodland Drive. So there's a whole bunch of things that are proposed to occur in this complex of Woodland Drive and Canes Lane to improve traffic and to provide access opportunities into the site. First of all, we propose to take Canes Lane, dedicate right-of-way to the township so that we can realign Canes Lane and bring it into Route 35 at a proper 90-degree angle, easing the right turn in, right turn out movement. Mr. Norman, that would be a public right-of-way, public improvement along Canes Lane at that location. With regard to the near side jug handle, that jug handle has developed over years. It's a curious jug handle. It has multiple commercial developments that are located within the inside of that jug handle that also rely on loading and circulation from the jug handle itself, very substandard condition. What we're looking to do, working with the Department of Transportation, is to eliminate that near side jug handle, which eliminates that connection from Canes Lane at the mouth of that jug handle. To reproduce the jug handle, we're proposing to use our property to construct a far side jug handle instead, which would allow that movement now to be constructed with clean, unencumbered circulation with improved stacking without any element of the commercial development having parking and loading and so forth occurring on it, and it would connect back at Woodland Drive at the signal with additional lanes and modification and upgrade of the signal. As we move south on the project, the existing frontage along Route 35 would be improved to improve the shoulder that's there today and bring it up to current DOT standards with a widening along the property frontage. We would construct a main right turn in, right turn out access drive from that improved widened frontage to provide access to the site. And then lastly, probably the most important element of the project has to do with the whole complex of Kings Highway, which comes into 35 again at a bad angle, probably a back skew of about 75 degrees, with a hard right turn in, right turn out, close proximity to the off-ramp to Tyndall Road and Kings Highway. The existing shopping center serving as cut-through traffic, which is not an appropriate condition. A very small, shallow near-side jug handle, which provides access to U-turn movements, the 35 northbound, as well as cross movements, which are accommodated by coming across into the jug handle on the opposite approach and back onto Twin Brooks Road. So there's a lot of complexity, unusual traffic conditions, reduced storage lengths that are occurring in this complex at this location. So to clean it up, again, we're looking to dedicate land to the municipality, which will provide for realignment of Kings Highway, widening of Kings Highway, and an approach of Kings Highway now to the existing traffic signal opposite Twin Hooks Road. With that, we would construct a far side jug handle, eliminating the substandard near side jug handle, which again has driveways on it and has very little stacking on it. That will likely be dedicated to the Department of Transportation, with the remaining portions of the Kings Highway alignment dedicated within a township municipal right-of-way. This section of Kings Highway would be widened to accommodate the level of traffic, with multiple lanes approaching Kings Highway, all to be sized once DOT has an opportunity to weigh in as to stacking, queuing, and level of service operations. A new traffic signal and modification to the median area would be constructed to accommodate the traffic volumes. On the far side, we would modify the existing jug handle system on that side, again to provide a standard far side right turn jug handle with increased number of lanes approaching Route 35, and again the whole signal would be completely rebuilt with the intersection rebuilt. So what does that do in terms of access and operation? If you're coming from the south on Route 35, provides several opportunities to enter the property. First of all, if you were heading to the retail, you would be able to make the right onto Kings Lane and access the shopping center, or you would be able to continue back on Kings Lane, access the connector road, and enter into the residential development from the connector road. If you were returning further, if you were coming from the south, you could also come up to the far side jug handle and come into the shopping center, the second point of access to the shopping center. You could also continue on to the main ingress, egress, right turn in, right turn out to the shopping center and enter at that location. Or if you missed those first three locations, you would be able to come up to realign Kings Highway east and enter to the east and enter into the shopping center. Or if you're heading to the residential, you can head back on Kings Highway east to the residential. Returning to the south, the shopping center patrons would have the opportunity to come directly out opposite Woodland Drive and make the left to 35 south, or they would have the opportunity to come out either through the connector road or the internal circulation to Kings Highway east, enter out to the new signal, and make a left onto Route 35. If you're in the residential development, you could likewise come out onto the connector road, come to Kings Lane, and connect to the traffic signal opposite Woodland. Or you could come out via the connector road or the direct connection to Kings Highway, come out to Route 35 and make the left to the south. Heading to the north, again, there would be multiple ways. The patrons of the shopping center could either come out Kings Lane, Woodland Drive, the main access drive, or Kings Highway to make a right, so traffic is dissipated through many points. And if you're from the residential, you can come out Kings Highway through the connector road or the direct connection and come up and either connect to Old Kings Highway or come directly out to the signal, which will be more direct, and return to Route 35 to the north. Coming from the north, you would be able to come down Route 35 and use the reconstructed far side jug handle to access the traffic signal and come straight across and either enter the shopping center or come up and follow your path to the different points of access to the residential development. All in all, we're anticipating that these improvements will look to eliminate a lot of the undesirable elements that are out there today and to create the capacities needed to provide access to handle the traffic generated by the project. Obviously, the project will generate traffic. It is predominantly vacant land today that will be developed, so there will be a level of new traffic into the road system. The intent and design of the access system is to provide as many travel paths as is practical along Route 35. It's not an easy project. Route 35, we will travel it every day. It is typical of a developed corridor in the state. There's land constraints, there's environmental constraints, all that control what can and can't be done. but we do need to meet the requirements of the Department of Transportation in terms of safety, in terms of their design criteria, in terms of their level of service criteria, in terms of maintaining traffic flow. And that's a process that we will be engaged with over the upcoming year and a half, 2 years, as we move this project design and permitting phases. Internally, the circulation elements, they'll be refined as the site plan actually starts to take shape, but they're all designed to distribute traffic to and from the various parking areas, and in the residential community, the internal design will meet what is known as the residential site improvement standards, which is another state document controlled by the Department of Community Affairs, which controls how you design your internal roadway network, widths, number of parking spaces, and so forth. So that'll control the design of the residential. Traffic isn't all we're dealing with. We will be looking to provide for transit connectivity where possible along frontage by designing into the project plus pull-out locations. And the connectivity of that and the community, the residential community and the shopping center community will be accomplished via internal sidewalks along Kings Highway, sidewalks along Route 35, connecting sidewalks into the site, sidewalks along Kings Lane, sidewalks along the connector road, and then sidewalks internally, all designed to provide for the pedestrian connectivity that's required. Elements that will be addressed as we move forward, and I will not have detailed answers for today, are finite elements as to traffic control, number of lanes, actual trips coming in and out of the various points, because that will be defined as we start to do a little micro study to determine site distances, any improvements that are required right at the access points themselves. Those are design-specific level items that are addressed in the next step of this process. This provides an overall framework that we need to take forward through the various agencies, including the municipality, in terms of approvals for this project. And I think that provides a summary of the general development plan circulation lines.
Southbound 35, any vehicles coming into service through retail, including larger vehicles, the only way access actually to the site is this near site, jug handle across the street.
Correct. The only opportunity on the 35 corridor is that jug handle. Woodland Drive is developed on both sides. Has no opportunity for jug handle. The Department of Transportation does not allow direct lefts on highways such as 35. So the next opportunity, if you miss that opportunity, is to come down Apple Tree and then return. So this area of Route 35, as you're aware, has a lot of jug handles that have been force fit over the years to accommodate these movements. We're trying to clean those up and provide the capacity we need to the site and improve the safety of some of these locations.
Could you describe the details of the geometry of that? Just the jug handle? Is it going to change or is it going to have more capacity than it does now?
Yeah, so today is a two-lane approach. In the future, it'll have a four-lane approach. Today there's a through lane on the approach, which begins actually at the mouth of the jug handle, which is only about 80 feet back. The mouth of the jug handle will be pulled back to about 160 feet. This is the number, 150, 160 feet within right-of-way. And we'll be able to develop a four-lane approach, which will have two left turn lanes and two through lanes. And we anticipate reciprocating on the westbound approach with a double left turn lane, and it only seems to be a single through lane because there's not a heavy traffic demand.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is the number of vehicles that you stack in that jug handle now is whatever it is. Is it going to be more? And if it is going to be more, how many more vehicles can stack?
We will basically, with the additional lane capacity, we'll double the lane capacity on the approach. The jug handle pulling back further will actually improve the ability to queue to the back of vehicles because that mouth is very close to Route 35 now. So, at least doubling the capacity on that approach, if not substantially more than that. And part of that goes to, of course, having the intersection gets phased in time.
Thank you. On the proposed north side jump handle heading north, the southern one, by the already existing jump handle, is that proposed to be DOT jurisdiction? Is that going to be
That is open at the moment. There are a couple of ways this type of design has been handled in the past. It could be dedicated to the department. That's probably our desire to do that. But the other option, in the way it's been handled in the past, is similar to the connector road, is that it would be a private road with a jurisdictional agreement and public easement to maintain and allow the public U-turn traffic at that location. That's been acceptable to the department. Either way, like most public agencies, the department may push to let us maintain it to save themselves costs.
Is that a fairly common DOT jurisdictional agreement? Is that something that happens
Regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah, typically as part of road improvement projects, jurisdictional agreements are typical to define who has access control, who has maintenance jurisdiction, and then who has easement rights to use properties. And the type of system I'm describing here has certainly been designed as part of similar types of design projects where the combined internal circulation system of the project has been used also for public purpose.
Before we go on, people talking about it in the audience, you get picked up over here on the it sounds like just a quiet murmur there, just rolls up here. It's going to be difficult to transcribe. Any other questions from the board?
I'd like to go through so I understand the improvements. I don't know whether Mr. Pankey's improvements or not. So when would the improvements to Kane's Lane be built?
So, as a general answer, associated with the shopping center, we need everything I just described under the 35. And that will be part of the permitting process for the shopping center. So with the shopping center, all the elements of the connections and jug handles, Kings Highway realignment would be constructed. Whether or not it can be phased to bring on some elements of it earlier is a discussion that's open with the Department of Transportation. But it's likely that all of these elements would need to be constructed at the same time.
So before Mr. Fittlemont had on that exhibit phase 1, phase 2, right? It's your understanding as a traffic engineer that all the stuff within that phase 2 block is going to be part of the commercial?
It's going to be part of the commercial. All of the major access improvements are part of the permitting with DOT and would absolutely be constructed with 100% with the commercial. With regard to the residential certainly could proceed if the commercial's not as advanced with, and it's subject to confirmation by more detailed traffic studies. But for instance, an earlier section of the residential phase 1A might be able to be constructed with sole access from Kings Highway, and that would be a phasing that gets worked out at the time of site plan. At some point, the shopping center goes forward. All of its permitting is reliant on all of what I just described in terms of the connections to Route 35 being done, so it's not being phased. That would be what I want to do.
I'm not following.
Okay.
If the residential goes first, and the commercial doesn't go forward for the indefinite future, does the residential require DOT approvals?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with Kane's Lane. Would the developer be constructing the improvement on Kane's Lane as part of the residential improvements, even though it's not required by DOT?
Not likely, because it's related to the entire reworking of this jug handle system in this section within the shopping center.
Let's just move down. Then obviously then the existing jug handle that's out there now, is moving work. That wouldn't be vacated by anybody when the residential goes forward?
No, because it's related to the shopping center.
Would the private road be put in, even if you did just A1 or A2? That will come, that crossroad, that will be going in no matter what if you only say you only put in 35 houses or 35 units?
Yes.
Okay.
That jug handle, we just, I know, I don't mean to take over questioning by the board, but this has been bothering me for a month and a half. Sure. That jug handle would be vacated by DOT at some point when the commercial development goes forward?
The discussions with the Department of Transportation is to replace that jug handle with the far side jug handle and provide for the vacation of the right-of-way that it currently entails, so that that can be used in that area. Yes, that would be the intent, and there is a process that we need to go through with the department.
Because some of those people now on that jug are using that for the rear access to their stores and stuff.
Correct, and when that's done, those parcels would be connected internally to us.
So they're going to have to have an internal connection?
That is the anticipation, yes.
Because otherwise they can't get to the back entry doors or whatever.
Correct, so the idea is to clean up that jug handle and improve the safety of access to those parcels as a result of that.
Let's move, keep on going down. And you're going to have another jug here, as you move north, the next, the new part done up back, right there.
This one.
Yeah, the four-side jug.
Right.
That you think is going to wind up being a jurisdictional agreement with DOT?
That is one of the mechanisms that could be pursued, yes.
If that wound up, the DOT said they wanted to take it, is that going to cause problems with your open space and other calculations?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. I think that's something that collectively you're going to have to answer. As you move down the road, move down to the jug that is, the small jug that's being vacated.
Right.
Across from Twinbrook.
Right.
And that would then be vacated and go to be part of the subject lot.
So the intent there is the pavement would certainly be removed, creating an excess right-of-way parcel. It's again a process with the Department of Transportation. Our request to the department is that they declare excess land and make it available. They may elect to just keep it.
They can keep it as a DOT right.
They can keep it as a DOT right.
Will the bank have, that bank that's on the end there, which is a separate property, then that will just have its own separate entrance onto Route 35 where the jug used to be?
It has an existing egress on the Route 35.
At the entrance.
And then it would have access as it does today to Kings Highway.
But will they, off of 35, how do they get in? Right there?
They would have to come down to Kings Highway and come in.
Okay. So they won't have a direct access off the 35 itself. Right now they have the drive-in windows there. They come off that jug handle and go right to the drive-in windows.
Yeah, today they're traveling through the adjacent property to.
Okay. So that's going to be built?
That would be modified, yes.
All right.
Kings Highway East, the new Kings Highway East, coming down to the highway.
Yes.
I think you said that was going to be a public road?
Yes, that would be put into a township right away.
Go down, next, the far side jug, at Kings Highway East. You think that's going to be, it seems to me that you said before that was going to be DOT.
Yeah, that more than likely, that one will be cleanly dedicated to DOT.
So if that's dedicated to DOT, does that mess up the calculations on open space and usages and things like that?
I can't answer that question. I mean, if it comes to a legal question, because what I've seen in the past is your approval is pre-dedication. It's going to be green space, is all it'll have to be.
Because I think the internal part of that, you go back, is part of your open space.
And there'd likely also be drainage in there, anticipate the drainage inside that.
Now, there's a proposed building right above that far side jug.
Is that,
That's a proposed building, right?
that's the old post office building that remains, isn't
I
it?
think it's a new building.
Is that a new one or an old one that looks like the old?
There is a building in that location
Right.
today. I believe in our GDP, we depict it as a newer building.
That's then going to be on its own little lot.
That would be on its own lot, yes.
Do we know, just offhand, what standard we're using for that lot?
I have nothing.
I mean, I think that's, you know, somebody's going to have to look at the size, the setbacks, you're going to be bounded by right-of-ways. And then Then you're gonna have two means, Old Kings Highway and New Kings Highway, both being public streets.
That's correct.
And none of those improvements on Kings Highway would be formed or constructed at the same time as the residential project.
No, because the entire improvement package along with 35 is one big construction project that is will be part of design, approval, and permitting by DOT. So all of those improvements along 35 will get constructed at the same time, basically by shot.
So if the residential goes forward, the only improvement is the connector road.
Conceivably, to connect the road, unless there is something found that needs to be done along Kings Highway along frontage.
Along the front, of the residential.
Not the residential.
And lastly, then you have the far side jug on the other side of the highway.
Correct.
What would that be done? That would be done with the commercial?
That would be done with commercial. Again, that's all one big design project with the DOT.
So let me ask you about that. If for some reason the commercial is delayed and you do the build out on the residential, are you saying there wouldn't be a need to do the far side jug to handle the traffic from the build out of the residential?
May or may not be, that would need to be defined as part of a traffic study associated with the site plan.
But it's possible that it could be required for the build out of the residential?
Yeah, I mean, the level of traffic generated by the residential on an hourly basis isn't great, but that's not to say that the existing capacities in this area are sufficient. So it may trigger, if for some reason the retail completely stalled and stopped, some interim improvement that might get triggered.
So that's basically the only way to get into there.
That's correct.
But let's be clear. You said before, if you just do the residential, you don't have to go to DOT.
That's correct.
So how would they make you do a jug handle improvement on the far side of the road?
That would become part of discussions as part of any site plan application.
I think from the township's perspective, we know that jug handle has problems now. So if residential is fully built out, as a township, we're going to have concerns we're going to want you to consider and look into improving that jug handle at that time.
Not because DOT requires it, because the township's going to require it.
Right.
There may be fire issues also.
And if you do that, then wouldn't be, then you've got an alignment that calls for a relocated or a new Kings Highway bridge. I'm not saying that correctly, but if you did that if you did the jug on the far side, don't you have to do the new Kings Highway?
No, he is making a left turn out of that new jug handle, getting back onto the old Kings Highway.
What you do today?
Not
What you do today?
but we want to exactly what you
Exactly.
said. Exactly what you did.
That's not an improvement.
So that the improvement, if the board were to be inclined to approve this, that one of the conditions would be that that jug handle may be a requirement of site plan approval for the residential. By the board, not by DOT.
Yeah.
And I would have a caveat that since we haven't seen any traffic data yet, I mean, there might be some other improvements that might be required, we just don't know what's time.
Mr. Gorman, with respect to your question on the dedication, we're advised that that would not adversely affect the open space calculation. We can put that.
I'm just saying that if these just start disappearing, then calculation.
We don't believe that it would diminish our ability to meet that standard.
I just was trying to do my mental list of cleanup things.
Sure did. Anyone else on the board? Questions?
Obviously, with the development of this size, we need to have a Title 39 for the sites.
So that's usually a condition of site plan.
Okay.
Title 39 for the public gives the permission for the police to come on site and enforce any regulatory signage, no stopping, no standing, stop signs and so forth. anything that's a regulatory sign, it gives them the right to enforce.
Any other board professionals? I'm going to give that gentleman over there first.
I'm back again.
Just state your name.
It seems.
Somebody's saying just state your name for the record.
I did. I said Rick Marvino. H-A-R-V-I-N-A.
I didn't hear it. I'm talking about that.
Hasn't changed.
Okay.
From what you said, it seems like the flow of traffic is going to be greatly improved.
That is the intent. I mean, certainly, we all know the 35 corridor, this is a challenging project as a traffic engineer, but we have to meet the requirements of the Department of Transportation and their requirements in the areas that we're touching is to bring things up to current standards in terms of design criteria, in terms of access connections, in terms of queuing and so forth. So we anticipate that what we're doing should or will provide the capacity to handle the additional traffic which we will be generating, but also will address a lot of the undesirable things that involve local trees, etc.
It seems like it's a flow improvement, but does that equate necessarily to a 5? That's sort of what I'm getting at.
Correct. And with lane additions, yes, there's capacity improvement by lane additions, by increasing queue lengths, by taking teeny jug handles and making them large, car-sized jug handles. All of that increases capacities to accommodate the additional traffic as well as the traffic that's there. And the intent is to mitigate the project's traffic, and we believe that mitigating the project's traffic will actually be helping some of the less desirable elements that exist out there with turning connections.
And this will all be done prior to construction of the development?
Well, it absolutely has to be done with the retail component because all of this is interrelated. And it's all under the jurisdiction of the Department of Transportation. It would be one design project that gets built in one stage in order for the shopping center to open.
So it will be jug handles and lane improvements?
Correct. And widening all our frontage.
And that's slated to be done before construction of...
It would be completed before the retail open. Both projects would likely go simultaneously.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. We can have your name and address, please.
Robert Olsino, 27 West Farm Road.
Could you spell your last name, please?
A-U-L-I-C-I-N-O.
Oh, you testified before, right?
I did not.
No, there was another, somebody else with the same name.
My wife. No, my first name is
Okay. Please raise your right hand for testimony about the employees.
I would have really appreciated a schematic to understand a lot of your concepts, but there's concern from the community because we already have on the north side of Kings Highway East 3 communities with a single access and egress road emptying into Kings Highway East. Looks like you're adding 3 more access points, one on the commercial, one on the connector road, and one up above into the community. Has there been any consideration, again with traffic considerations being our concern, of making that community a single access road, in addition to the connector, but put it onto the on the Kings Lane side, where there's so much less traffic?
Well, the need and the importance of Kings Highway, first of all, it is a higher order of roadway in the township, and it is one of the few roadways that will and can connect with the traffic signal. So obviously, for the existing residents, that's an important element, but it is also important for the future residents to be able to get that signal. So connectivity, even if you try to force it, is going to want to get to that signal. It's really, in the state of New Jersey, the location of traffic signals is controlled very tightly by the Department of Transportation. So the two signals that we have today are the only two signals that will ever exist on the state highway. You can't come in with
It's been 4/10 of a mile from Route 35 to the top of the hill, there are 6 access points.
That's correct.
And you talked about widening Kings Highway East. The length of it, how far?
Well, envision to date is on the realignment, that's all widened section. Final details of what might need to be done on this section have not been worked out yet, whether turn lane is needed, but that would be subject to a detailed traffic study associated with the residential development.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
John DeMilo. So my question is, how many cars are we expecting as traffic, additional traffic in both the commercial space and the residential space? And our concern obviously is can Highway 35 handle that, even with the improvements you're making? Because as you say today, it's built there any weekend, it's bumper to bumper, and at 6 o'clock coming home, and so we're basically almost having the same, there are improvements that I can see, the jug handles and stuff like that, but Bob brought up a good question about maybe getting the egress into Kings Lane away from Kings Highway East. But the first question is, how much more volume of vehicles are we talking about, in your estimate?
Right, so we haven't submitted detailed traffic studies because they're in formulation with the department, but, general order of magnitude, evening, peak hour, and traffic engineers focus on the peaks of the peak, which is the peak hour hours. We're probably looking at about 600-700 cars coming into and leaving the site, distributing in multiple different directions over the course of an hour.
The commercial?
No, the whole project.
The whole project?
The whole project, come on.
How many parking spots are in the commercial?
I don't have that number.
That would be good to know, right?
Parking is derived by ordinance, whatever the ordinance requires. We haven't done that calculation.
There's a calculation of the ordinance based on the square foot in shopping center.
Traffic engineers
They
want the
have
square
to provide that number of parking places for sure.
Right, which means there's going to be cars traveling there, is my point.
That's correct.
Right, so it's some judgment of the volume of traffic.
The volume of traffic is, traffic engineers relate the volume of traffic to the size of the center. As discussed earlier, while the zoning allows 500,000 square feet, we're developing roughly 400,000 square feet, or maybe a little less ultimately, and 350 units. So traffic is generated on a per unit, per square foot basis is the independent variables we've been able to use over the years.
So if you figure maybe 700 vehicles in the residential area, 2 per, right?
In terms of parking,
Yeah.
generally RSIS standards, parking provided is 2.3 per unit.
Sure, so maybe more, 900, another 700 in the parking areas here in commercial? Sure. It's a lot of traffic.
Well, the parking spaces don't relate to your peak hour flows. Your peak hour flows are moderated based upon when people go to work, or school, or shopping, or other activities. And then the shopping, obviously, morning peak hour, or little activity, evening peak hour, Saturday.
No, and we have plenty of,
That's because you have all of these uses in this parking space.
I mean, a couple lights up, we have the Whole Foods parking lot that's always full, there's a lot of traffic right there. You go a little further down, across the street, there's another strip mall there, there's a lot of traffic there, cars getting in and out of those retail, shops. So it's just a lot of traffic, and I understand you have to do your traffic study.
And that's what we have to design for.
Right.
And that's why we're looking for a lot of multiple ways to dissipate that traffic as quickly as possible, take advantage of the 2 traffic signals, giving that traffic the ability to go to and from where it wants to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Little. You're talking a lot about 35, and next we talk about that in a second. But as you know, as you mentioned, Kings Lane can't go up past the 80. So, with your traffic study, how far around the area is it going to go? Because the anticipation is that you're going to have Sleepy Hollow Road and you're going to have East Road are going to be a disaster because you're south of 35 here. I don't care how big you make this, I can't see how that's going to work. There's only so many cars that get off the highway. So people are either going to try to go around to East Road and come down. And that seems to be, at least from some of the residents' perspective, how far is your traffic study going to go?
Well, the traffic study per DOT will cover several intersections, north and south of Route 35. With regard to local, that will be worked out with the Township municipal engineer when we come in for site plan, but we'll probably be looking at the next intersection over, which is the critical intersection to the east of us. Right. See how that's operating, and you have a couple of things going on, the improvement road, and all that stuff.
Right, and would it take in potential other projects that are going on? For example, projects that are potentially going on up to Chapel Hill on
If
the
they
other side?
specifically impact this area, but typically we handle that by just...
Well, not just impact this area, but, for example, I live up farther on Kings Highway East. It's going to impact me. So I'm just wondering how far we're going to go, because it's great that we look at 35, but you're also going to have Twin Brooks. People are going to try to cut through. They're coming from the Parkway, right? They're going to say, well, this is a mess. And they're going to say, okay, I'm going to cut through the Twin Brooks development. They're going to come up past the Stop and Shop, and you're going to have them all jammed up. You're going to have people coming from this direction all jammed up, and then you have the scenic corridor supposedly here that you're dropping so many. I don't even think this is being treated as a scenic corridor anymore, because Kings Lane can't go past the government. So I'm really just wondering how intensive this will be, because this number of people, it just doesn't seem to work into it, on top of the fact that you're going to have, during, like you said, peak hours. So I'm just wondering, I know you have to do a lot of details, but there's other concerns just besides this immediate area. There's concerns all around the whole general area.
Generally, we look at the immediate intersections and study, because beyond it, traffic starts to dissipate relatively quickly and become part of just a light background road. The real key to this is, as you pointed out, we need to get this to work. We get this to work, and then the traffic will work.
But I'm saying people, how do you estimate like these folks are going to say, well, listen, I'm not going to try to traverse here. I'm just going to back out the other side.
And there will be traffic.
Sleepy Hollow and then Chapel Hill Road, which...
These residents will follow the same travel paths that the existing residents do. If they find that a desirable path to go someplace that they go to the east.
Except it's basically, in other words, the other developments, I would think that they probably equal the same amount that's going into here.
That's correct. But this is a piece of property that's got zoning.
Okay, I'm just asking questions.
And we do need to handle the traffic associated with it, but they'll have the same general characteristics as the area.
And in terms of, some also the other concern is not just these guys, but also they have delivery trucks. Kings Lane has refueling, and there's other plans to potentially have other CNG type refueling here. So there may be other traffic, like trucks coming down here, and I'm not sure the nature of this road, what kind of traffic is going to be allowed to go through here. Are we going to see, not only cars, but like big trucks coming down Kings Highway?
Mr. Stankin, we'll address those, I'm sure, in site plan. Those are very detailed issues.
Yeah, but they're very important. Right, just looking at this, it looks like right now we're going to have, like, basically, it looks like up to, Chapel Hill Road, City Hollow, this is going to be like
They're excellent.
35.
They're valid questions. They're just there for the site plan.
And as we saw on Chapel Hill Road, right, there's certain restrictions on that as the bridge collapsed under a certain amount of weight. So are we going to have to blow out all of our roads in our area to support what seems to be, from traffic perspective, just excessive, and at least in the residential stuff? I'm just pointing out.
The answer is, when we're designing the access and circulation to accommodate it. We have to do that as part of the process. The existing roadways are there for future residents and patrons of the site to use, as well as people that live in.
And just one more question. So, I think we mentioned this, and I apologize to the gentleman who was talking about the overall plan, but is the fact that Kings Highway East being considered a scenic corridor in Middletown going to be considered when you talk about how much widening you're going to do and how much grading you're going to do with the hills? Like, for example, I can't imagine they would do that same kind of work on Red Hill Road. And the entire length of Kings Highway East is supposedly considered scenic.
Yeah, I mean,
and I know that's not necessarily mentioned in the PD plan, but it's kind of important that people traverse this. I mean, anyone who lives up in this direction we live in, we have to go that way, because as you notice, Kings Highway does not connect to Tyndall. So anytime you come from Town Hall, or you come from Parkway, you have to go up
this could be a total, like, just a massacre.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Anyone else? Go back to that.
Good evening, Ted Maloney, 321 Kings Highway East, lifelong resident. Well, there's just,
May I just swear you?
oh, yes,
Testimony that you board should do something else.
I will.
I think we have to identify, I think we just have to for the record, Mr. Maloney, you got a property adjacent to or across the street.
I do, my property is in this location.
And me, just for the record, Mr. Maloney is the township engineer and the head of public works.
That's correct. And as a resident, I wanted to just say that I generally approve the plan and the uses proposed. My comment is that the board is being asked to approve a general development plan for this site that will be subdivided and will serve two developers. It'll serve National Realty in the front end, in the commercial portion, and I guess Toll Brothers in the residential, right? The development, it sounds like the development of the residential will be first. If that's the case, and I know there'll be a site plan approval, but I don't believe, as a resident, I would ask the board to consider addition of approval, the improvements on the highway. I look forward to the improvements on the highway. However, I think once you have development and traffic on Kings Highway as it exists now, and you put this connector road in, the residents will be leaving the site through here. Now, there's a big problem as you come down through Kings Highway now without controlled intersection, where residents or anyone driving through cuts through this parking lot goes to 35 South. The only way to 35 South legally from anywhere up on Kings Highway is coming down Kings Highway, around Tyndall Road and back on 35 South. With the connector road, you can bring them out here, but this won't be developed yet until the commercial portion is developed.
That's correct, but as stated, the connector road would go with the residential if we went forward, which would get you to Kings Lane, and Kings Lane gets you to 35.
I won't get you out.
And you could use the truck in the end. So that connector road does provide an element of circulation to dissipate the traffic that's existing Kings Highway traffic as well as future residential traffic that gets you to Kings Lane and Woodland Avenue until everything else is going on board. So there is an important aspect of that connector earlier on in the project.
Well, and again, as a resident, I'm looking forward to this development. I'm looking forward to the improvements on the highway. My concern is that the residential portion will kick in, be fully developed, and as we've seen with other projects in many places, commercial could be stalled and not developed. And I think Mr. Borman brought this up earlier. That could create problems for Toll Brothers if they're required to construct, and their site plan approval to construct these improvements along the highway from this board at that time. I don't think that's something they're counting on in their calculations. And I think it's something that the board might want to make a condition of approval, that there's to be thought, at least consideration of that at that time.
The concern, as or that I've heard through testimony, the difference of phase 1 and phase 2 is that the retail does require all of these Route 35 improvements, I'll call them. Everything along Route 35, those improvements must be made for the retail. The longest process for approval is not the town, it's the DOT. Because they've got to get all of those approvals on every single one of those, whether it's Kings Lane or work your way all the way to Hell North and across the highway. And I think what I'm hearing is that they're going to try, including the people that want to build the shopping center, are going to try very hard and work like hell to get all of those approvals. But you can't hold up, if you will, I'll use Toll Brothers, that's the name you thrown out, for that residential section. You can't hold them up, and/or I don't believe we can make responsible for what is deemed to be the retail section responsibility. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But maybe they aren't responsible, maybe it's responsibility of the developer for the commercial site, but maybe it's done at the time of the residential development, if there's a need to, once we get the traffic study information.
That's the issue is the traffic study. That's the whole reason we get a detailed traffic study. For example, there's 350 residential units. Maybe the traffic study reveals that you don't need to do the improvements along Route 35, like realignment, East Highway East, for 100 units. But maybe it's 200 units. You know, so maybe there's a point at which, when you get to so many residential certificates of occupancy districts, before you can go to the next phase, you have to do further improvements. But we don't know that until we get that traffic detail and traffic data, and review in detail. But I fully expect it's likely that some of those things on Route 35 are going to happen with the residential phase if it goes forward. And I think what we heard last time, that's not even a sure thing. The commercial may go forward first. We don't know that. A lot of things will affect that decision. So we're assuming the residential will go first, but that may not be the case.
Okay, that's one my only concern, is that this approval will serve two different developers, essentially two different sites. Not allow the residents of the town to get both of that. Which comes out of the money at one point, who's going to pay for those improvements on the highway? That's what I'm thinking.
And I think what Mr. Keene said, and that Mr. Maloney said as a private citizen, is that they would ask the board to consider that as a condition of the GDP, it says for the residential, they may have to do improvements on Route 35 to some extent, not yet determined.
And that perhaps could be, I'm asking, Mr. Crowe, that perhaps could be referred to as a site plan stage to determine to what extent those improvements would be necessary. I think that's what we're saying.
That's what I heard, is determining what.
At least acknowledging it this way.
Exactly.
That could happen.
Right. We don't know. Okay. But when, I just want to make sure that if it happens the way that all the residential is going forward and not the commercial, that the town is not precluded from trying to get Kings Lane or Kings Highway or Jug Handle, whatever it may be, if needed to get in and out of there and make it safe and not cause problems. Otherwise, you got people doing all kinds of weird maneuvers to get in and out of there. So the issue's open, and it'll be that way if the approval be granted. I would propose that the board have that as a condition. They'll analyze that at the time of site plan. That's something they're going to have to work out between the two different developers as to how they deal with it.
We also have to consider the safety, the fire, first aid safety with the traffic. If we do have to build out on base on the toll roads.
But what we're heading towards here is if those improvements down the road, 35, well then, clearly, and that's based on traffic study, et cetera, the site plan, clearly they cannot build out the 350 units.
Yeah,
What happens?
Mr. Chairman, I understand, we understand what you're saying. We just want to be careful about putting conditions in the resolution that will be truly site plan conditions. Without the, as your professionals have indicated, since they don't have the information to make an informed, even condition, there can be an acknowledgement that the public safety issues will be addressed at site plan. That's the law anyway. That's okay, in my view.
The concern is that if the property gets subdivided, you have two different owners, and then the owner of the commercial site says, what improvements? I'm not doing any of that. It has to have the flexibility that the board could require as a condition of the residential site plan approval that improvements be made on the commercial. Because otherwise, they don't have any control over it.
We're just not in a position to agree to that affirmatively as a condition. As long as we acknowledge that at the site plan stage, that might be the case. If the facts warrant that, and the data warrants it, that's just not what this proceed respectfully. We believe that's at the site plan stage.
Well, not to restate Mr. Gorman's position, but we don't want it to be a fait accompli if the two properties after the GDP may or may not be approved, but after the vote by the board, the properties are
subdivided and sold, it gets into a bit of a legal mess to require improvements on Phase 2 property as predicated by level of service increases from Phase 1 development. It's very simple. So we don't want to have that discussion because, it handcuffs the board, and frankly, it won't allow me as an individual board member to make the improvements required from one phase because you need to access property that's now been subdivided. That'll just stop us in our tracks.
So you want us to agree to those improvements up front?
No. What Mr. Gorman is asking for, and what I'm asking for as a member of the board, is that there is no restriction in terms of phase 1, if phase 1 in fact goes first, residential development, if it requires any modifications in terms of level of service increases for the 35 Carter, and those modifications would need to be made on the Phase 2 property. If Phase 2 property had already been sold, it can't come back to us and say, look, guys, I can't do anything for you. We don't own that property. We're not because they wouldn't be the applicant at the time. And that's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, and we'd have to see this specific language in the condition. I understand, for sure, the concern of the board.
Sure.
We don't have an attorney up here.
Just state your name again, sir.
John Simonian, 41 Carriage Drive. I just want to express the same thing. You're doing a major development here, and every technical, every number, all the information you're saying is going to come back after the site plan review. So you're saying you're going to put 350 homes, 400,000 square feet, but you don't have any traffic analysis, you don't know how many lanes you're going to add, you don't know if you have to do anything with traffic lights, and you want all this approved, and you're going to come back 2 years later with this development, with the numbers, with the calculations, and say, yeah, it's going to work, or maybe it's not going to work. I don't quite understand how you can do something of this magnitude without at least having preliminary traffic data, preliminary site plans, preliminary something other than the schematic here. That's what I
understand. But that's the way the law is written. They need general development plan approval. But your concern is one that I've had for a while. Mr. Keating has it, the chairman has it, the board members have it. We've got to make sure that when we're not handcuffed. It's not upset completely.
So you're going to, at the end of the day, you're going to approve what? Phase 1 to be 300 homes, or Phase 1 to be 200 homes, or 1,000 homes? What is it that you're doing here?
Basically, the way the general development plan works is you're approving an overall design concept with an overall maximum number of units, maximum square footage of buildings. The site plan phase of it, which is next, could result in maybe a change to that. Maybe the building gets smaller based upon data. Or maybe the units get smaller, the number of units get smaller based upon actual data. If it were to be necessary, when the plan would be into more detail, theoretically that could happen. But the GDP is just to basically say, overall, that they meet they meet the zoning requirements in terms of the number of units, the amount of square footage that they have, the number of parking spaces that they have, and all those sorts of things. Generally speaking, they meet the basic requirements. Now we get into the details. That's why these are special provisions in the law for projects that are this size, because they can take many years. It's not building one store on one site. So it's intended for this to be planned out over a long period of time.
So this is still a PD zone?
Yes.
I remember the PD zone from years ago. So that you have Phase 1, Phase 2. So Phase 1, Phase 2 have to occur in order to be a PD zone. Is that correct?
Well, that's what's allowed to be built. If someone built one phase, whichever one went first, and someone decided not to build the other phase, we can't force them to build something.
But then it won't be a PD zone, so...
Well, it would be. It would still be zoned that way. Someone would still have the opportunity to build it.
It won't be, I guess I'm saying you're using the wetlands, which is useless, as open space for the office, for the commercial spot, correct?
Yeah.
And that's but you're subdividing it, so the bottom half may never be built, or could be built 10 years. It's very confusing here, because you got two lots now with shared open space.
Yes.
So, okay.
But
That's the way the zoning is structured.
the open space is in it.
But right now, it should be one development, but you're making two developments, right?
It's one PD zone, but it's going to be divided into parcels for separate developments. But as long as the standards are met for the overall development, that's what the ordinance requires in terms of the open space requirements. When you divide it, one property may have more or less than what would be required for the individual tract of land, but as an overall piece, that's what they have to comply with, and that's what they're doing right now. And if one parcel never got built, then they have a lot more open space, right? I mean,
So basically, you're telling me this meets all the requirements for the most part.
well, that's what we're here to determine, but the board will determine that at some time.
All right, before we go on here, the board has imposed its own rules, which says that at 10 o'clock, I've got to decide, are we stopping at 11 o'clock, or are we going to carry past 11 o'clock? How many more?
We have one witness that I believe would be 5 minutes on direct.
5 minutes, after we're done with any more questions for this individual?
Sorry, I misspoke. And the architect, 2 more witnesses total. 10 minutes on direct total.
10 minutes in total. Okay, so we're quitting at 11 then. We can fit it in at this point in time. I'm trying to fit this in.
We would much appreciate that.
Okay.
The question's done, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, young lady. Go, come on up.
Okay. A question for you or a question for you, I'm not really sure. Why can't we extend Kings Lane straight through to Sleepy Hollow to alleviate some of the traffic?
Because of Normandy Road.
But there are other roads that go over Normandy Road now. Why can't we have another road going over?
Our dealings with the Navy in the past, it's very difficult to make changes to our existing with Normandy Road. We can ask them that question, but I seriously doubt they'll deal with it.
Well, it would just take a lot of the traffic off of Kings Highway East, and it would give another entrance and exit to this massive development through Kings Lane going up to...
Where would it enter Sleepy Hollow Road?
If that road just goes straight through to Sleepy Hollow, just like Kings Highway East goes straight through, Kings Lane goes straight through. Could that be a possibility?
If the Navy would permit it, we can look into it.
Has that been looked into?
No.
Can it be looked into?
We can ask.
Okay, that's one concern.
Then becomes the natural question, who's going to pay for it?
The developers. We're making all the money, we're not. All right.
Next
All right, my next thing is the major entrance to the housing is right there, which is right across from King's Landing community. That's 350 homes, that's 700 to 1,000 cars leaving in the morning to get to work. What kind of protection is there for the people in King's Landing where there's only 132 units or 260 people trying to get to work in the morning? 260 versus 800 people getting in and out right across from one another.
Well, first of all, aligning the streets is appropriate.
Is or is not?
Is appropriate. As traffic engineers, we always want to keep alignments, to keep the points of conflict aligned so that vehicles can see each other and make their choices. In terms of operational improvements and controls that are part of the traffic study, but I suspect that we will find that we can create capacity to make sure that that intersection operates safely. Part of the design will look at sight lines to make sure the sight lines work and that the geometry is properly set. Whether there's a left turn lane and a right turn lane out, that's all part of detail once we get to the final numbers. But we will look to make sure that we have proper levels of service and operation.
traffic light there?
No, I would not expect the traffic.
All right, that's one thing I'm concerned with. Another thing that I'm concerned with, very concerned now, everybody coming from here and down, it's like a speedway now before this development. When you create that new entrance at the new intersection, people are going to race even faster along Kings Highway East to get to that light when they see a green light. How is that going to be mitigated?
But like any street, it's part of the posted signing and regulatory controls by the police. And any street has got that issue. This is no different than any other street in the state of New Jersey.
But it's going to be a much straighter line.
No, it's got curvature to it.
A little bit, not like the other one. I'm concerned with that.
I mean, that's handled in terms of the design of the roadway and the proper posting of the roadway with proper speed limits, and then it's enforceable.
All right. Another question to the board, or a suggestion, please. Instead of having, from what I can see, there's an entrance here, there's an entrance there for the low housing, and there's an entrance there to get to all the homes. Why can't we have a major entrance to these 350 homes someplace along this new road that you're creating, as opposed to making it over here? Therefore, people entering this housing might go up Canes Lane on your new road and have the 3 entrances there to take the traffic away from here. Can that be a possibility?
The applicant is very good. We'll look at that.
The what?
The applicant is very good. We'll look at that.
Okay, and I have one more suggestion, please. Why can't we have a major road from Route 35 through the commercial, just like at the Grove, so that a huge amount of the potential traffic comes on 35 directly through commercial, right up onto your new road to get into that development? Couldn't that be a good possibility to alleviate the thousands of cars that are going to be flowing around?
The only connection you can get to Route 35 is a right turn in, right turn out. The residential development will have the opportunity through Kings Lane and Kings Highway to get to the 2 traffic signals. Really, a right turn in, right turn out provides no substantial benefit to the project.
But why couldn't we have a road going straight through?
Because you can't connect it to Route 35 with anything more than a right in, right out.
But you said you're going to be putting a U-turn right there, so why couldn't we have a road there?
You know, when the circulation elements are fine, there might be an internal connection through the site. It depends on how these buildings finally lay out.
So those are site plan issues that you would look at it. Right, you would look at anything.
So that's a possibility.
Site plan, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry Mahut. Maybe it's premature, but do you know what buildings, what might be in the commercial area? There's something that would create a massive outflow and inflow of traffic at a particular time, like a movie theater or something that would...
We do have another witness. The next witness will address potential uses.
Have you considered a large number of people coming at all at once?
So in traffic engineering, the way we project traffic is based upon what's known as a shopping center category, which incorporates and anticipates uses such as theaters, supermarkets, and so forth. So in terms of the way we project traffic, that type of a mix of tenancy is anticipated.
Okay. Having 2 entrances to 35 down in this corner, you realize one of them to the far left, you're looking over your shoulder, and off-site, the existing off of Kings Highway. Yes. Do you consider that a dangerous intersection that should be removed?
That's something the department might consider, but if you, to define this a little bit more, what we're anticipating is that we will be diverting that traffic to come up to the signal and make a right. To continue to make that move, you'd actually come up to this connection, make a right, and come down. So the natural path, we anticipate a portion of the traffic at least will divert. So we should be helping that situation at that location.
And the turnaround at Tyndall Road, 5 corners, what would happen? What traffic studies and?
It'll be analyzed as part of our transportation studies. Preliminary look see doesn't indicate that there will need to be any modifications. We do anticipate that we're actually diverting a little traffic from that by allowing the Kings Highway traffic to come directly out rather than going up and U-turning. So aside from the fact that's cutting through our center, the existing property today, there'll be traffic that's U-turning that will now be able to encourage actually not go into that. So there's a little bit of assistance from that standpoint.
And the new larger jug handle in the lower left there, you say that's multi-lane?
There'll be multi-lane approaches on both the eastbound and westbound approaches of Twin Brooks and Kings Highway.
And people are using that as the turnaround in order to go north, obviously.
Correct. There's a fairly heavy traffic volume that today comes in that little teeny jug handle, comes up, and U-turns to go back to Kings Highway.
And how do they merge coming off of that circle to determine, whether they're going straight, left, right, or they don't go right, but they go left?
Yeah. Well, like the jug handle, the nose is going to be pulled back further so that you'll be able to get toward the back of the queue, only about 150 feet back is what I believe, which will allow you to either get into the left turn lanes or the through lanes.
Thank you.
Who is that?
Just one clarifying question.
Just microphone.
Sorry. One clarifying question on typically how long does it take when you engage DOT to kind of assess it and move from the point it's got a decision thing?
Too long.
Yeah.
We've already been in discussion with the department now for probably over 7 months. At this point, we're still at the planning stage and traffic review and feedback as to how they want us to prepare the traffic study. Once we're done with that process, it's a very similar process to the GDP. GDP is another name for concept. We actually have a concept application down to them, which is pretty much this, with some supporting numbers. So after that process is done, which is probably going to run several more months, we then have to go back to the actual design plans. And a process like that could take anywhere from a year to 2 years. So it is a lengthy process. The whole department is involved. There are ITS guys, the geometry guys, the drainage guys, the traffic signal guys, access guys. It's reviewed in quite a bit of detail by the department.
So is it fair to say that even though phase 2, there hasn't been kind of an agreement to move forward with phase 2 yet, you would probably be looking at a kind of a 2-year period where you might have the additional traffic from the residential area impacting the roads without any modifications being made? Okay, so thank you for that. Being a layman, I have no idea how something like that takes. I sort of go back to the retention basin discussion before, where with the residential units, everyone's going to be queuing up here, and I just don't see how it's not going to get worse adding 350 units, because you're still going to have to access 35. Correct. So even though you're going to put multiple lanes or widen, you're still going to have kind of the cars queuing up. What concerns me even more is that this area here is a little more complex because of the Dunkin' Donuts and the gardening store. So you have people coming from both ends trying to access 35. There's been multiple, as the board I'm sure knows, multiple accidents at that point. Are there any plans to relocate that island, the Dunkin' Donuts and...
Now, they're privately owned piece of property.
The entire town would be complaining about that.
Put it on the other side. But my point is that it's a little more complex because you're now going to have additional far as from both sides accessing 35. And
You're right.
no remediation for what could be 2 or 3 years.
It is complex, and there are pre-existing conditions out there that are going to remain. We can't clean them up, all of them. We are going to do our best to clean up the ones that we can clean up. And hopefully over time, maybe the department figures out a way to acquire those properties, but that's something the department's going to take.
Even now we're celebrating our 100th birthday, when that happens. But, okay, again, just a point, I just wanted to understand if there was going to be any consideration for that coming from the other side. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
David Hahn. I have a question on phase 2 and then a real quick one on phase 1. For the phase 2 with the lights, you mentioned that previously that it was the 2 traffic lights along Woodland and Kings Lane would be impossible because they'd be too close together. It just seemed to me that if a traffic light could be put at Kings Lane, either replacing Woodland or in addition to Woodland, it might answer a lot of the southbound questions, ingress, not the ingress, but the egress questions. If the light could be at Kings Lane, we do have a place in town in Target where we have 2 lights very close together, but Woodland is a very, very lightly used, everybody lives off that, but it's a very, very lightly used intersection. And Kings Lane would then be very heavily used, and there's room there for a nice traffic circle, so I was wondering if that could be considered, getting rid of the Woodland light, if that's the only way to do it. So did the DOT tell you not to, or is that your expert opinion that they won't allow it?
Well, they certainly won't allow to. Abandoned Woodland Drive has public policy issues that the department needs to look at, they were going to consider it, but it really doesn't provide much of an advantage because you're still constrained, there's no property available across the street to put a jug in. So what you'd be doing is taking what's happening here and doing it.
But you could get the residential units out of Kings Lane, and they'd have a lot more.
Well, we can get, the residential units are absolutely designed to be able to come out and get to the Woodland Drive traffic signal.
That would like a parking lot, or?
This is actually a non-loaded circulation element, or road, in other words, where the car can come down, make a right, and come up, and make a left to get to the signal. And that is designed in order to allow that, as well as to allow the vehicles, the buses, and so forth that come off of Kings Lane to get to that signal. That's been absolutely designed for us.
Okay, and so that was just a question. And
it's an important element.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing is the phase 1, the question on that access road.
Yes.
And also generally in the development, what's the speed limit expected on that?
Well, internally?
And more importantly for the access road.
Well, the access road is very short. It's probably a boulevard type access road, but generally.
The one cutting through.
This road. Between residential and commercial, it'll probably be 25 miles per hour posted speed would be typical for that.
I'm just curious who enforces that, and especially.
That goes to the question of Title 39 that was asked before. It gives powers enforcement to the police to come in private property.
I just want to make sure somebody enforces it when the teenagers find out there's a quarter-mile strip straight through. Not anybody on it. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay. You already been up? You already been up? Somebody else said.
Barbara Yetten, and we addressed this already, and I missed it, but can you just show me the trucks coming from over there?
35.
That would be feeding, that would be coming this way to feed into the retail.
Right. So
Where do they go after they do this with campus?
So they would be able to come up and come into the service stores and then return.
So they're coming up King Highway.
So truck access, there is no reason why any truck would need to go to.
Past the service.
There's no reason. All of this would be designed with the proper pavements, turning radius, and so forth to move the trucks to and from the 35, which obviously connects to the vehicles.
Okay.
Hi, John Barber. Just a quick question. Not understanding the whole traffic studies that you're going to look at. Certainly, as the board mentioned, they'd like to stagger phase one to maybe build in some conditions as far as if development needs to get further done by Toll Brothers or whoever else and figure that out. If there's so much concern about the traffic impact of phase one as it relates to the lack of improvement on Highway 35, I'd ask why you're going ahead with phase one before phase two, when the improvements can be done there. Is it simply the time DOT and you need to start turning profit on this investment as far as with phase one with the residential, or is there more thought to it? Because it would seem a lot could be alleviated starting phase two early.
Yeah, they're two separate projects and two different developers. So it's a function of the market to a certain extent.
Okay.
It shouldn't say phase one and phase two on this. It should not be labeled that way, but it is.
And it is timing and complexity. I can tell you that the owner of the shopping center would love to start construction in 6 months.
Literally.
But that's not the case.
Okay.
There's a lot of work to be done with this board, the township, and the state.
And I guess as a condition, I know you said you need to look at the traffic study. Will the contingency be done so if only phase one develops, the contingency there that those other improvements, or if no improvements are made, would Kings Highway, Kings Lane as it currently exists with just that interconnect road, would that be able, in your opinion, to handle the added flow of the 300 properties?
We haven't got to that condition, so I can't comment. We anticipate the whole thing.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next, thank you. To direct your attention to the clock.
Like the NFL draft on the clock, right?
You're on the clock.
State your name for the record, please.
John Rico. Just play the list of deputies, ORR, President National Urban Development Board, Freeman Hatfield Road,
Please raise your right hand, swear to testimony about the board, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Do you have a presentation you'd like to make with respect to the proposed uses and the various questions that you've heard raised in connection with the
I'll
prior?
try to clarify some of the issues raised. But first, a little background. You know, this must be some real static cards. Is there another one, Rob?
It's going to lay down.
Okay. Much better. Better? Thank you. I'm president of National Realty Development Corp. We are the contract entity for the commercial component of the development. A little background on our company. We own 22 million square feet of predominantly retail product in the eastern part of the United States, from, I'd say, Ohio east and down into Virginia. 8.6 million square feet of what we own is here in New Jersey. And some of you are familiar with some of our projects. We own Shrewsbury Shopping Plaza, where we're the owner and developer of Shrewsbury Executive Center and Shrewsbury Business Center. We also are the developer and owner of Coles Plaza in Homedale. So we have over a 40-year history of development here in Monmouth County. And I've been tracking this site for a number of years and saw it go through the litigation and the settlements of litigation. And I've always been interested in developing the site because as we looked at this area, we saw that it didn't have the quality of retail that the area should have. And we started to look at what design should be here, not creating another monolithic retail center, and yes, we do them too, but not creating a monolithic retail center, but one that was
more in keeping with the community in the area. And we started playing with this, a design that was more like what people around here are familiar with, the Grove. More upscale shopping center, more boutique stores, more upscale stores, because I have friends who live in the area and I know that they go to New York City to shop, or they go to Short Hills to shop, right? Or they go to the Grove. Right? So, as we started thinking about the concept here, we know we could do 500,000 square feet. So it makes no sense in this area. One, we know 35. And two, we know what we believe are the needs of the area. So we scaled the project back to 400,000 square feet. The other thing that we saw is we really had to create strong accessibility to the site. So we came up with a plan, a design, and this is just for illustration purposes, and this is in your A1, to provide multiple points of access to the retail component of the center. So not only do we are able to get in from Kings Lane from 2 points, you have 2 points along 35, and as you come up Kings Highway, 2 points to come into the center. Once you come in the center, we then disperse the traffic very quickly throughout the shopping center. Now, a question came up of circulation and the road.
Before we move on, we're going to mark this one as
This is your page. I'm sorry, Mr. Gorman.
A4.
A4? Yeah.
Which recognize schematically is not the same as the prior drawing.
Correct. It's just for circulation, so people can get an idea of what the circulation is in around the center. So design-wise, we move traffic through here and disperse it rather quickly. The design of the center is going to be similar to what you see at the Grove. Heavier landscaping, wide sidewalks, very pedestrian friendly. Right? We want this to become, we want it to be the town center, right? So when your friends come into town, what we want you to think of is to come here. Okay? This is where the restaurants will be, the boutique shops, the specialty shops, and we'll have general retail here, national retailers as well. But we want to create more of a sense of place here. Within the design, the lighting will be LED lighting. We're going to a white roof on it, more eco-friendly in its design. The vegetation, the planting that we're going to put in is native species, drought tolerant, so we're not using a lot of irrigation on the plants. And just in keeping with the design element, we went to Massa Architects. It was right in Middletown, because we wanted a design element that was also unique for Middletown. What I'm showing you are the actual plans that have been developed for this project. Right? They're not taken from any other projects that we have. This is designed for Middletown. And you can see as we go through the plans, Mr. Gorman, do you want to?
Yeah, every time we hit another drawing, I have to mark it.
Go ahead.
This would be A5.
A5.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just the general elevation. What you'll see in the theme of the elevations that I'm going to start showing you is the storefronts are not similar. They're different. They're unique from one another. And so you don't have this same look throughout the entire center. I got the method down now. A6. I'm a kid from Jersey City, I catch up. Yes, I'm in New Jersey. Again, you'll see in the elevation here, we vary the height of the building, we vary the look of the storefronts. And the question comes up as to the size of boxes. Buildings some of the buildings are only 80 feet deep, others are 100 feet deep. Yes, I have some that are 150, 160 feet deep, some mid-sized boxes. But this is the variations that we're trying to create within the center. We move to A7. Again, just the variations of the elevation design. And what you'll see here in the design is
outdoor seating, landscaping, very wide sidewalks, very pedestrian friendly. This is going to interconnect the sidewalks coming down Kings Highway, the sidewalks that we're going to put along Kings 35, and coming in from the residential component as well. The other thing that we're going to be putting in here, we're going to be putting in the bicycle racks. We want to put bicycle lanes in as well, and create the proper environment here. And A8. Mr. Heyer, shot of the elevation here. We can see looking down, this is along the front facing Route 35. Again, you have eateries along here, storefronts moving in and out, the wide sidewalks, designing the wide in the sidewalks, and heavy landscaping throughout. So something that's more conducive to what we think should be in Middletown, more of a town center type feel. But let me back up now for answer some of Mr. Gorman's questions too. That came up earlier. The connector road. The connector road, under the development, under the agreement with the owners, the first party to develop has to build the connector road. So whether residential goes first or whether the commercial goes first, the connector road, which is a private road, will be built at that time. Right. If there's no residential, if there's no one who's bought the residential component to develop it for some reason, commercial has the obligation to build it. If commercial went away, residential has the obligation to build the road. When it comes to the maintenance of the road, two parties share in the cost of maintaining the road, 50-50. At some point, there will be a homeowners association within the residential component. Our agreement will then be with the homeowners association for the maintenance of that road. Homeowners will have the obligation to maintain the road. If they fail to maintain the road, the commercial developer has the right to step in to maintain the road. And then I have to take whatever action I have to take against the homeowners association. Right? But it's contractually obligated on how either party has to do this. I'm sure at some point, Middletown, and rightfully so, will want to see that in the developer's agreement. So that's how the road works. Comes to Route 35, I cannot build this project until I do 35. One of my lenders will never let me do it because the town will never give me a CO until 35 is done. All right, so we have to go in, we have to make all the improvements along 35 first, and I'll have to put in this road as well as part of it because I want to give these private property owners access to this new jug handle and also ultimately into the shopping center. Because under DOT design right now is they want to see that all these individual properties aren't looping out onto 35 all the time as you go from one property to another. Create access off of 35 and create the flow that way. Any questions from me?
That's all we have for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Get up.
Is that other?
Sorry, I have a question before leaving. You heard the concern by the board, heard the concerns by Mr. Soprano about the ability to require across your property improvement for the residential.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to leave it unsaid. I presume by your silence, you think that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me, again, it's in the agreement. My agreement with Mountain Hill provides that I am going to provide utility access through the commercial site, especially for the sewer, to ultimately be able to connect them. We are working on a plan, and remember, we're working on GDP right now. We're going to be back for site plan. You know, there's still a lot of analysis that we're going through right now and number crunching to get the site plan. But B9. This is part of it as we continue to think through this.
What is the caption on that, Mr. Reno?
Hold on. Okay. This is also Shops in Middletown Concept Plan CP12 of CS 101. And last revised, and I don't have the last revision date. Okay. 9/29/14. As we start to look at connecting to the residential, we started shifting around some of the buildings to create an access road that gets this to 35. All right, right at this traffic light. One, I want to bring more of the residential traffic into the center. I think it works better for the circulation, but it also provides more direct access up to 35. So without the residential coming to us, we saw the need here, so we started to.
That's not in the book.
That is not in the book, no.
So you're pointing at it's access to the jog handle across from Woodland?
Yes. So we took the building out of here, we spun it, and I have, I'm in negotiations right now with the specialty grocer, the liquor store that's on the site right now, and a pet store, just put them over on this side, because they have their own general circulation. And we put this road right through here. Good idea.
So to that extent then, it changes the circulation plan that your engineers have testified. Well,
we have the overall circulation around the project. This is going to be defined in site plan.
I understand, but I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I've got to understand this, the board's got to understand it. If there's an approval, it's got to be written up in a way that a year from now we're not all scratching our heads. So on sheet 8 of the plans that we have in the booklet, there's a circulation plan, which is, this may be better. I'm not asking the board to decide. But it's different than the circulation plan that is part of the submitted set.
You just show me.
And presumably, it should change from this to something, again, something that everybody works out.
Yes.
Yes.
It's site plan.
So if the board were to be inclined to do this, it would say, and still subject to looking at the circulation plan.
Site plan approval. Well, the consistency is the connector road is where it is all the time. Kane's Lane has a configuration it does, and Kings Highway has a configuration it does.
Yeah, Mr. Brewer, to answer your question.
Only within the internal component.
Right.
This is a different layout from the southern side where you want to put those separate stores, the liquor stores.
But the envelope hasn't changed.
Okay.
Tweak on the internal circulation.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
We're not thinking of love from there.
You got to come up with something.
The three big buildings there, on the left, in the middle, and on the right, are they huge flagship stores, like, not Sears, but like a big store? Yes.
We own sets.
Okay. It's not. They're all going to be the smaller things that are in your code.
What we're looking
Picking you up. Sorry.
What we're looking at here is, if the concern is, are we doing a Super Walmart? No, we're not doing a Super Walmart. Yes, I do have Super Walmarts in my portfolio. No, it's not what the site should be. Will there be boxes that may be 45,000 square feet? Yes, but there's only going to be one, maybe two, because the site isn't really designed for that. This is 80 feet deep. This is only 100 feet deep. So my only opportunity is here, and we're talking to two different cinemas for movie and dining to go in here. And it won't be this big at the end of the day because those theaters are only 35,000, 40,000 square feet. Right? They're not, this box here is what would be you typically find in AMC, which should take 70,000 square feet, 700. When you go to the dining component, they're much smaller because the bigger theaters, bigger seating, but less theaters.
I did have a question.
Yeah, there you are. Disappeared.
I see no hands. It's similar to your question, and I know that we're just trying to approve the GDP, but if this is approved, and then this would happen, and you're saying upscale stores, but is there really, is there a way to define that, or a way to guarantee that, you know, something that we don't consider an upscale store can get in there? Is there any safeguard against that? I mean, I'm happy that you defined what Middletown means, but...
Obviously, I'm paying the rent to be here. You know, when you look at the design, what we're putting in here costs, but they have to, you're going to attract the upper scale stores. That's why we're going with the design that we're going with. You know, if I was going after any retailer out there, I'd have to push the cost of this down an awful long way.
So you feel that that's going to safeguard us against any...
So, yeah, by the depth that we do here, the flow, the type of retailers and the people we're talking to right now, we have a fair amount of activity, and it's from very good retailers.
Is there anybody who could imply that you can be rejected for any reason?
Well, we don't have the financials to pay.
Well, obviously that, but I don't mean that. I mean, there could be somebody...
You have a great boutique shop. I want to talk to you, because part of what I think will be very successful here and will make this successful is the local boutique shops.
Okay, we'll see. Thanks.
Same with everything.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Good. One more to go.
Matt Markovich. I'm Division Vice President at Toll Brothers.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Markovich. Address is 670 Spotswood English Town Road, Monroe Township, New Jersey.
If you're ready, we're testing about the boards to the whole thing, things like that.
I do.
You have some exhibits you'd like to share in terms of elevations and renderings
Yes.
in connection with this project? Please proceed.
Sure. As you've heard in previous testimony, the residential portion of the project consists of 280 townhomes with a clubhouse and 70 affordable units. This is a rendering of the townhomes. As you can see, there are a variety of architectural elements, gables, various window configurations and materials to break up the elevation and give it some visual interest. Mr. Gorman.
Before we move on, that's page 23 of the set of the board has, we're going to mark that as A10.
And all of the boards that I have here are included in your set. I have a couple of interior renderings of the townhomes. This is a shot of the kitchen area, marked at A11.
There you go.
And this is a shot of the living room, which I will mark as A12. Again, as you can see, the homes feature the types of luxury amenities and finishes that you would expect in a larger home, but we make them available in this type of townhouse as well. This will be Exhibit A12, and this is the clubhouse for the townhouse section of the community.
Just for the record, that goes back to page 22. Right.
Again, architecturally, a variety of materials, gables, window configurations to give it an attractive look. The next board, which I'll label A13,
No, 14.
excuse me, 14, is the rendering of the affordable building. Similarly, architectural features window configuration, roof line, materials, etc., to give it an appealing appearance. And finally, I have 3 renderings of the interiors of the affordable units. This will be Exhibit A15, which is a shot of the kitchen of an affordable unit that we have done in a similar project. And the next exhibit will be A16, which is a shot from the kitchen looking into the living room of that unit. And finally, A17, which is a shot of the master bedroom of that unit. Any questions?
Can you just address the issue of building heights on the perimeter of the property, particularly how they relate to the adjacent?
Certainly. We'll go back to the rendering of the townhouse building. The standard home that we will offer is 3 stories. 4 stories are allowable by zoning. We will offer an option for a loft that fits within the roof line of the existing roof that will be part of the standard house. It's an area here in this gable area. So even with the loft option, the overall appearance is similar to this, 3 stories plus a roof.
I'm talking about relative to the case of property. Someone was asking how does property topographically relate to the...
Oh, sure. The grading design hasn't been finalized yet, but the existing topography out there, the grade is similar on the property where the proposed homes are to the homes behind it. There is a 75-foot buffer that's required by zoning between the townhouses and the property line. There will also be a landscape buffer that is required and that we will plant in that area to help buffer the existing residential homes from the new development.
Is that 3 stories?
Yes, the height of the townhouses, what's allowable by zoning is 60 feet. This front elevation, this 3-story elevation that's primarily brick with some stone, is about 30 feet, and the mean height of the roof line is about 35 to 40 feet.
Just before I point back, the permitted height for a single-family house is 35 feet.
Anyone else with questions? Questions out there? Wait a second, you have to come up here.
Explain the height. Yes, no, I'm saying this facade is about 30 feet. The total mean height from the ground up to here is about 35 to 40 feet. So I'm not saying that you should add the 2 numbers together, I'm giving you the total mean height.
Same way we mentioned residential.
Right.
Anyone else out there? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Very good. Again, there's elevations that don't seem to be considered, or topology that doesn't seem to be considered. The whole road along the bottom, or the very top, that is a hill. And how do you propose to handle that with these blocks?
Yeah, there is some change in grading here. A full grading design will need to be done. More than likely, there will be some homes that will have what we call a tuck-under garage because there's such a significant grade from the front of the house to the back of the house, so that the back of that first floor area on those units would be actually buried underground. But that's not the typical situation. The typical would be something more like you see here, where it's relatively flat with a full 3 stories in the front and the back, and then the roof.
How many square feet are in these units?
Between 2,000 and 2,500 square feet.
How many units are in a block? 4, 5, 6?
It varies. I would say the typical is probably 5, just looking at the plan here, but there certainly are some that are 4, some that are 3.
And comparing those to the property behind them, if you've got 5 units of 2,000 feet and 2 units there, you've got about 20,000 feet or something compared to the houses next to it that are 2,000 feet. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I followed your math, but
Each one of your units is 2,000.
okay.
And he's got 5 in a block. That's 10,000.
Correct.
Two on the side of the, facing each other or something.
These face towards the street, so this is the front, so yeah, there would be a space in between.
Right, so the number of square feet that you have in a piece of property compared to what's right behind it. It's like 2,000 feet and a half an acre. How many square feet do you have in a half an acre?
I don't have that calculation, I'm sorry. But what's proposed here is within the requirements of the zone.
You also make other developments that aren't this large or that buildings aren't that high.
Certainly, I mean, we do all types of developments, 2-story homes, active adult communities that might be 1 or 2-story, and we've had a lot of success building these 3-story townhouses as well.
Do you have others of those in the area?
No. We've built these quite a bit in Maryland and Virginia, but we haven't built these in New Jersey. Other developers have done similar projects in New Jersey. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Diane, it's yours.
John Lowe. So you mentioned it's consistent with the PD zone. Also, generally the town also has in its planning documents talks about fitting into the actual pattern of the community, actually fitting into the zone that your neighbors. So in terms of what is your view, or what do you know about Middletown, the surrounding communities, and how do these structures which you have built in New Jersey, you have in Maryland, fit into our area?
I think that it is appropriate from that perspective because you have the more intense use, which is the retail development along Route 35, which is generally a commercial corridor. And then behind that, you have a little bit higher density residential use, which helps to buffer the existing single-family residential homes from the more intense commercial use.
Oh, so you think it's a buffer. So speaking of the buffer for this community, 75 feet, is that generally in your other developments, is that generally the same sort of distance?
That varies from town to town based on township zoning ordinance requirements.
And what other developments do you have in Middletown?
We have Van Hollow.
And do you own this property currently? Does Toll Brothers own this?
No, we're the contract purchaser for the residential portion.
What does that mean?
It means that we have it under agreement, but we don't own it. Mountain Toll is the owner.
Okay. And so in terms of the buffer, I don't know if this is a question for you, but in terms of the vegetation that exists there now, is that going to be removed? Or is everyone going to start out with saplings or very low bushes against a, you said 3-story, but it's really like 3.5 stories, right? Is that how it's going to be, sort of empty and looking at, I mentioned earlier the scenic route you have on the Kings Highway side?
More of a site plan.
Yeah, probably.
That would be addressed in site plan, same question. We'll address it absolutely in site plan.
Certainly our landscaping plan would be reviewed by the township professionals.
And in terms of the unit prices, what was the unit prices on that generally?
In the 4s and 5s.
In the 4s and 5s? Yeah. And is that in consideration of other developments that are going up in the same general area in terms of maybe Taylor Lane down to 35? I guess we mentioned Bam Hollow and Four Ponds. What kind of effect would that have on the unit prices?
Yes.
Do you guys do those kind of calculations?
It's based on market conditions. I mean, that's obviously a wide range.
Right, because we're saying that in general, the revenues and whatnot are all based on the value of those properties, which is 350 compared to other developments that might have 250 in different places, all going up in the same time. I'm just wondering, does Toll Brothers have the ability to sort of say, how are you going to market differently than the other development?
Certainly. I mean, we'll have a marketing strategy for this project, and the pricing will be based on the market conditions at the time that we open for sale.
Do you have a floor?
Floor?
Yeah, the prices. And the apartments are going to be rentals?
Yes, that's correct.
In terms of the types of marketing, what are the demographics in terms of what are the type of buyers that you would anticipate? Like how are you going to market and who do you anticipate those type of buyers of something like this would be?
It's been our experience that with a townhouse community like this, you'll get a lot of single people, young couples, divorcees. What's that?
So general age range?
It varies.
Now, are they going to be allowed to sublet or anything like that?
Well, are you talking about
The condos, in other words, if you buy a condo, are you going to have the ability, I don't know if that's a town decision, or if someone buys this and says, well, listen, I'm just buying this as an investment property. So in other words, not only do we get another sort of residential type multifamily property, but people that have the ability to sublet to other people on top of that, and sort of a total rotation.
You're talking about the townhouses, correct?
Yeah, I guess you have to buy it right at the sublet.
I don't anticipate any restriction against renting the unit, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. I mean, that's, I think, a little bit different than the demographics of who lives there. In other words, these could be potentially become rentals as well.
Possible. It's possible. If we're going to sell the units. What the owner does with it after they're done is really their
Same
thing.
you can do with your own house. There's no sublet tomorrow.
No, I'm just saying, but there's 350 people sitting on this property versus, everyone else.
No restriction by law.
Okay. And in terms of the marketing for it, how much does the school district have to do with that? Like in terms of the school district, in terms of when you market these, the value of the properties, how much does the value of the property have to do with where the kids are sent to school?
We haven't finalized our marketing, but my anticipation would be that school district isn't a major concern for a buyer of this type of home.
The reason why I mentioned all these facts is because originally I think, originally I think the numbers were up to like mid-5s, but now it seems like the value's gone a little bit, and I'm not sure when interest rates potentially change, what kind of, the farther down this value goes of these units, the different type of demographics we're going to get.
We don't anticipate the value going down.
Okay, thank you.
One more.
She's very quick. It's just, we are broken down. Just one.
Microphone.
One tag on to the rental component. So I think we heard before that at some point the road's going to be turned over to the homeowners association. What are the plans for the rental unit? How long does your company, I guess, manage that? And
For the affordable housing units?
Those are the rentals then? Okay, so those are the rentals. For what period of time? Is that going to always be managed by your company? Is that turned over to the homeowners at a certain time?
No, the homeowners association would be for the for sale units, the townhouses. The arrangements obviously haven't been finalized at this early point, but what we anticipate is that we will construct this building and it will be given over to a management company who specializes in managing rental units such as this for affordable housing projects.
All right, thank you.
What else? This is our room. How many questions do you have?
I just have one.
Yeah, Dave.
I can yell it.
No, you have to stand up.
Come on up here, we got a microphone.
Nobody's addressed the light pollution coming out of both the residential and the commercial. With so much structures here, how many lights are planned for the entire community, both residential and commercial?
I'll cut them off. That's a site plan issue. Site plan issue. When they come in with actual plans for this development and or the retail component, that's when we get into lighting and where they can and cannot go into light. So they can't spill over onto your property. I'll tell you that up front. Okay, one more.
Real quick before you close shop, when will these site plan meetings be?
After site plan.
The site plan, there's a whole bunch of site plan meetings that we've referred to. We'll find this out at the site plan, at the site plan meeting. When will they be?
If they decide to build it, and they'll have to site plan.
What they're going to do.
So this has to be decided first?
Wait. Sequence of events here, correct me if I'm wrong. First, they've got to subdivide this property into the two parcels, okay? So that Toll Brothers has one and the retail component has another, and they divide. Though each of those individuals then come forth with a site plan for their piece. When they do that, there's no restriction on them. They got to do it in a week. They come with a site plan for the retail component. I'll use that example. That's when the site plan hearings will start. For the retail component.
And those will be public meetings?
Of course, absolutely.
And the public will be informed
Absolutely.
how?
The same way you were informed of this meeting. You got, you're within 200, I assume you're within 200 feet?
I'm sorry?
Are you within 200 feet of property owner?
Did you get a card in the mail?
No.
Okay. Then I'm sure everyone in the neighborhoods will let you know, but it's also in the newspaper. It's the planning board has its agendas published, etc. Township website.
The website will have it? The township website?
That's not a requirement.
What it does is has our agenda, and you'll see.
So that would be a valid place to get these. So look at the
We
page.
do that as a courtesy, it's not a requirement.
Right.
So that if we have to miss or don't put it up, that's not, it's still a legal hearing. Once they send out notice to property owners within 200 feet, and once they publish it in a newspaper. Okay? So we do the rest of it as a courtesy, and if we mess it up, it's not effective.
Okay. I think
You're done. That is all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
well.
That is all we have.
All right, is there anyone from the public with a comment? I'm sorry, there it is. I had a tough time seeing your hand.
I'm sorry.
Pick up either one.
Just identify yourself again.
John Milo. Just a final comment I'd like to make after listening to all this. I think it was all very good information that we got to hear. A key part of, I think, our concerns with the traffic is the improvements on Route 35 that need to be done. And I would just, for the board to, it's almost like this is phase one and phase two is reversed. With the building of phase one that adds 350 homes with the traffic that will bear, if the improvements on Route 35 are not done at that time, I think that's a huge burden that the community is going to have to bear with the traffic. If phase one is a condition, maybe has a condition, phase two has to be done first. I know it's backwards but I think the improvements on the highway have to be done before any increase in traffic and increase in population that's with this project. And I know it's complicated because it's two different owners and whatever, but I would just implore the board to consider that phase two should be approved before phase one. Thank you.
Anyone else? We good? Yes, sir.
I wanted to thank the board and neighbors and the developers for all the thought that went into this, but especially in hearing our concerns, and already we hear some of the feedback from the last time we talked, and some of those things have been addressed. I just wanted to point out something that the board had said, that there could be a negative cash flow position I just wanted to point out that if the phases go in the order that they're expected, and there is any delay, the main costs are going to come with the residential, and a lot of the revenues will come with the commercial, so we could expect it to run sharply negative, for a period of time where the residential had been built and then commercial hadn't. So however long that took, we would be in a negative cash position. Just wanted to point that out. It's a possibility.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, I make a motion to close the public portion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So moved. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we, for Village 35 LP, general development plan, that we approve it in consistence with what the laws and regulations of our development plans for Middletown.
I believe so. I have a hard time going back through the 10 pages of notes and throwing them all out right now, but I think that my questions have generally answered themselves.
Enough to write a resolution.
Yes. And get it to everybody, and we can review it, and if there's still open issues, we'll resolve them before the resolution is adopted.
Okay, roll call.
Second.
Frank, second. First. Go ahead.
Mrs. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yes.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Zedinino?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you to your professionals as well.
Thank you, and thank you, public.
Second.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.